Good evening, everyone. How's everyone doing? Off to a great start. Starting with the muted microphone. It's a good start. Good start. How's everyone's weekend been so far? Sounds like Axel's playing Marvel Rivals right now. Very nice. I've only played a few rounds, but it was a lot of fun. So I won't talk a lot. That's totally fine. I prefer support because you get to actually call yourself a harmacist. I like it. I like support too. I really enjoy playing support characters in games like that. Mercy was my main in why was I about to call it Valorant? What the freak is Blizzard's version of Marvel Rivals? We're off to a great start, everybody. Anyway, yeah, definitely love playing support, so completely understand that. But yeah, no worries at all. Just says, let's see, in response to saying that today we're working on similar games. Yeah, it's a tile-based dungeon crawler. Ooh, I like it. Enjoyed a small game jam and thought it'd be fun to be far from a tactics game. That's understandable. If you're going to join the game jam, maybe taking a step away from your main project, probably going to be best. As you saw with the lemonade stand game, I feel like it maybe helped in getting us kind of back onto a good track with Tomb of Versilius. So we'll see. We will see. Let's see here. Autumn __. Got a good old classic salute. I did not get that uploaded to Twitch yet. I need to do that. It's on Discord. Axel made sure to get that on Discord. But yeah, I need to get that over there on Twitch. Also noticing that I am extremely loud. I'm going to turn that down just a little bit. Okay, how's that? Hopefully that's a little bit better. Loki, good evening. Welcome. Glad you're here. Yeah, and Autumn says it best. Autumn __ says it best. How's everyone's day going? For me personally, had a very, very event-filled weekend. Yesterday was absolute madness. Yeah, so for the first few hours it was, well, hanging out with the family, you know, watching my daughter, doing some housework, all that fun stuff. And then I can't share a whole lot of details, just because I am under an NDA, but I may or may not, but definitely got to play the new 7 Days Blood Moons alpha, beta, whatever build it's in. So for anyone that's ever played 7 Days to Die or is an enjoyer of that game, yeah, the Fun Pimp's new project is looking very promising. It was a lot of fun. It was a blast. Yeah, so I was a part of their like closed network test, or like their network stress test, or whatever it was called. So yeah, it was a good time though. So played that for a few hours and then headed out and did like some Easter stuff. I don't know. There's like this there's this barn that's like, I don't know, 20 minutes from our house, and they I don't know, they do like this Easter thing where like, you know, kids can go and they have like a little Easter egg hunt, and they've got all these games and activities. So went and did that for a few hours, and yeah, that was my Saturday. So much fun. It was a good time. It was a good time. Autumn__ says, gasp, very cool. It was very cool. It was a lot of fun. I ran into a lot of bugs. I will say this. I don't know how much I can say. I'm not going to get specific. There were some bugs, but overall, it was a good time. Basically, everyone in the test was really cool, really fun, so it was an absolute blast. Anyway, yeah, so very much so a good time. Jesse says, I realized how messed up my guinea pig grid logic was. It works, but only because the guinea maps are square. Ooh. That's not good. But thankfully, I can fix that now that I know. See, there you go. What you don't know, you can't fix, and so it will suck to find bugs and things like that, but then you can eventually go in and get those fixed, so for better or worse, you know? And Axel says, oh yeah, my favorite game ever is getting remastered, Days Gone. I had no idea that was getting a remaster. I've always meant to play it. I never have. My younger brother, I think he 100%ed it recently. He had an absolute blast with it, and he was hyping it up for a while. And I was already wanting to play it, and then after he was talking about it so much, I'm like, I need to play it. I need to play it. X says, neither did I. There was no advertisement. It sounds like the remaster of Oblivion. Just, they still haven't technically announced anything. They're just like, there's all the rumors, and everyone's like, it sounds like we're getting an Oblivion remaster, like, any day now. And, I mean, I haven't seen any official announcement from Bethesda, so who knows? Maybe it is still just rumors, but from everything that I'm reading, everyone's like, yeah, we're just gonna get an Oblivion remaster, like, who knows, in the next couple days or a week or two, and there's just like, they're not advertising it at all, which I guess if you just start some rumors and everyone just starts circulating those and it just spreads across the internet, that's the best kind of advertising. You don't have to pay for it, and it just spreads like wildfire. So, you know. Autumn__ says, hey Moon Man, guess what? What? You chicken. You say chicken butt. Now I'm on edge. Oh my goodness! Autumn__ what have you done? Redeeming 10,000 mana to get name of the credits. Welcome to the name of the credits club. Welcome, welcome. Let's get on over here. Wait, I have unsaved changes. Well, better get those saved. And let's come on down here, and we're just gonna do, I'm going to assume that you want it to be autumn_falls_today. But if you would rather not, you can always DM me on Discord and I can put a different name, but yeah, well, congratulations, thank you, and yeah, very well done. Hopefully this doesn't mean you're just gonna stop watching now. Hopefully you're not like, all right, I got my mana, got my name of the credits, I'm out of here, peace. Hopefully. And if it does, then that just means we're gonna have to create another thing that you can unlock that's gonna be like 25,000 points. So be on the lookout for that. That seems great, thank you. All right, perfect. Well, then we will keep it like that. But yeah. I mean, I guess this also, Lazarla, if you're here, this also goes out to you. For anyone who does redeem that, if you don't want your username in the credits, like your name or someone else's name, I guess. I mean, I guess if you wanted to redeem someone else's name to be in the credits, you could do that. So anyway, cool. Well, very nicely done. All right, so we have got so much work we got to do today. So let's get started. If you remember right, last week we finally decided on the design for the combat system with the cards. And oh, actually I need to come back. Sorry, really quick. So I was one of the things I try and do over the weekends is I try and do my YouTube shorts, and I was trying to get some footage of me playing, but I didn't want it spawning monsters because I was trying to just get like movement throughout. And so I turned off the monster spawns. So I got to turn those back on so we can actually see some monsters, so we can actually, you know, see the combat. Anyway, here we go. Let's jump in here. If we move around right here, there we go. So we got our cards right here. They all draw out. So yes, we got it working to where it animates the first 2 cards for the monster itself. So draws 2 cards. It auto draws 2 cards for you as well. And then you have the ability to draw more cards, yada, yada, yada. We also got it working to where it'll show you how much potential damage you will be doing to the monster. It's also showing how much potential damage the monster is going to be doing to you. And then you kind of have like the tug of war going on right here, where it is showing how much your draw power is versus how much the monster's draw power is. And so whoever has the highest wins, and then when you click on your deck of cards, it'll attack the monster and you'll be good to go. So, got all of that done, finished working last week. Now we need to get it so you can actually attack. And I'm trying to decide what's going to be best here. That's the real question. That is... So, I have a couple thoughts. Thought number 1 is just you click in your card area, it will attack with the cards, kind of how it worked before, like you just click the attack button and the cards attack. You click on the card area, the cards attack, sayonara, you're good to go. But I was kind of having a thought where what if we made it so when you could like pick up your cards and drag them up to the monster? Maybe. I thought maybe that could be kind of fun if you can just like pick up your, you know, you can move your hand, like, so that's how you would attack. You could either just click and it would attack, or you could click, drag, release, all that fun stuff. I don't know what would be the best, so maybe we'll just stick with the clicking for now, and then if we eventually decide, you know, it would be kind of fun to be able to drag and drop your cards, then maybe we'll add that as well. So for now, we're just gonna make it so you click in your card area and it attacks and you're good to go. All of the actual functionality will work the same regardless of where we put that actual action section. You know, so if it, say for example, if sometime down the line we shift the cards up just a little bit and we put some buttons down here to attack, or we whatever it is, or we put a button here to attack or something like that, we just change the area that you click in and it would then attack. So I think that's probably where we're gonna go with this is, yeah, we'll just click the cards and they just attack like that. So that's what we're gonna do, and let's get started. I think make player attack functionality, make monster attack functionality, make draw functionality. I think that should be done. Pretty sure that's done. I also need to clear this out. So that was finished all last week. Redesigning the combat, making the enemy card draws, and then make the card draws work again. But make draw functionality if both draw blackjacks. That kind of draw. Not you drawing your cards, but an actual draw. So like if you both draw 21, you can't both win. So yeah, it would draw, not you drawing. That makes more sense. I was like, why the crap do I have 2 tasks in here for make card draws work again and then make draw functionality? Way more sense. And then making the monster death functionality and then clearing the battle scene if you try to run from a battle. So yeah, let's do the actual player combat first. So all we have to do for that, it shouldn't be too much, honestly. I think we probably should be able to keep most of the attacking. So let's actually remind ourselves where the actual attacking is. We have the card draws / attack. Okay. draw pile, and then this is the attack button. That's right. So when you press, it turns on attack button pressed. Okay. And then when you release, turn off attack button pressed. And then if current room monster, so if there's a room in the monster, and if the flash HP damage bar is on, I don't know if we're gonna need that, but we'll keep it there anyway. Control switch, switch 64, turn on. This is that switch where I had no idea what it was, right? 64. I think that's what this was. No, that was 62. So what the freak is 64? I'm just losing switch names left and right. I have no idea which one that is. We're gonna keep an eye out for 64 just to see if we can figure out what's going on there. Okay, and then once you come down to it, so long as the card total value is greater than or equal to the monster's AC, then it switches the easing type of the images, and then we'll say cards draw equals 8. Attack MB, and then if dead monster is off. So long as the monster's not dead, runs through all of this. This is where it's like animating the cards, hitting the monster, all of that fun stuff. Okay, easy enough. So yeah, so this is where we're going to be handling all of this stuff. So really quickly, I just want to check and see on the pictures. What do we got? So map is 50 through 92. Attack animation, draw, rotate. Saving throw, transition. Okay. Yes, we don't really have... We have 0 overhead for image layers, and that's fine. That's fine. Although, I just want to make sure. So the room is layer 23, monsters 24, decorations are 25, floor dice / attack animation is 26 and 27. And then the player hand is 27 through 37. Okay, so I did go back and change that. For you, good. I was worried there for a second that I didn't, and now I'm glad that I did. So anyway, for anyone not following my thought process, when I was thinking about having the pictures go behind or go, you being able to pick up your cards, right? So the idea was, like I was saying, you could click, drag, and you would like drag the cards around. Here, let me do this really quick. Auto select that card. Perfect. Turn off auto select, and then if we just select all of these cards, so basically the idea would be not quite so roughly animated, but like you would be able to click in here, drag your cards around, and that'd be great. And then you could like drag them up to the monster, let go over the monster, and it would, yeah. And sorry, I was just like checking to make sure that I hadn't missed any messages. Yeah, so that's how that would work. The problem in my mind that I was like, is this going to be an issue, was when you click and drag, one, the cards are already going to go below these HUD elements, which I'll just need to fix anyway. The other problem was it was potentially going to go just behind this whole room area here, and that would not work at all. And so I was like trying to see like maybe there were higher picture levels that I could utilize. There weren't. But then luckily when we redid this whole center scene, I guess I had the forethought or was just planning on maybe eventually making it so you could have the cards come up into this area. And so I made it through. So this upper section is showing below all the image layers of this section. So that's all of that to say, we will be able to make it so you can pick up the cards, drag them above the monsters, let go of left click, and it will attack with the cards there. Anyway, that is a long-winded way to say it'll work. Also, I've got a better drink tonight. I didn't make that nasty blue, I don't know, pickleball energy thing that I made last week. It is a berry fruit punch. It's really good. I'm gonna try not to down it though too fast, because I don't want to have to end the stream early and go pee like I did. What was that, 2 weeks ago, where I had to end the stream like every night, like 20 minutes early, because I just had to pee so bad. So yeah. Axel says, good news though. Ooh, what's the good news? I want to hear the good news. I ordered my mead stuff. It'll be in soon. Very nice. I'm excited to get some progress updates on how that mead brewing's working for you. And, you know, if you're so inclined to let me have a little taste. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for you. And excited to hear about it. Like a cat says, and you made none for me. Technically, I did make some for you. You just have to go pour it yourself. It's in the fridge. So it's all yours. There's a whole other 1.5 liters of it, so go crazy. I probably should have thought to bring you some, so I apologize. I apologize for that. All right, so where do we start? Where do we start? I think we're just going to start off in the most basic of areas, and that is finding the actual draw area. So if you remember, with RPG Maker, it's a little weird in being able to just like click on the screen. Not exactly natively supported. So I need to change this. So it's basically saying the X and the Y values of the mouse, where are you? And if you are in this bounding box, then you can do this thing. So let's create the bounding box for the actual attack area. Autumn__ says, hey Moon Mum. I like that. Moon Mum. I'm switching up all my terms for you too. So you got Moon Man and Moon Mum. I like it. Very nice. All right, so I believe probably what we're gonna do, just to keep it simple. So this is the center of the screen. So the center of this blue line here is the center of the actual screen itself. So I think we'll go bottom of the cards, center of the screen. Yeah, that's probably where we will go. Oh, I'm having a hard time speaking tonight. All right, so starting here, let's come up over here. We're gonna say 396, 536. So 396 and 536. And then over here, we're gonna go badoom, badoom. And 640 by 704. 640 by 704. Cool. A cleric like a cat. Didn't get the ick in the cleric like a cat. Sorry, I missed half of what you said as I was attacked. My bad. No, you're good. You're good. Yeah. Moon Mum is currently playing some Final Fantasy 14, and so yeah, so she's a little distracted. But no, I was just saying that I did make some. It's in the fridge, so if you would like some, feel free. And if anyone else would like some, I can ship it to you. I can't promise delivery though. You may receive a red stained box, and depending on how quickly they can get it to you, it'll be a wet red stained box. All right, so that'll give you your actual draw or your attack area. Fantastic. I'm not going to touch anything else because we are going to have to actually change some things. Because, yeah, the actual picture animations are going to be very janky if we don't. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm kind of thinking, so with card number 1, so long as dead monster is off. Yes, as long as dead monster's off, we are going to... I'm trying to decide if we have the cards go up. Because before, when you attacked with the cards, basically all they did was the card would kind of like go up a little bit like this, and then it would go down. It's like nothing that fancy. It was just up, the monster would flash, and then it would go down. But I'm almost wondering is because we have set it up to the point where we can, have the monsters. Man, all right. Because we've made it so the cards can show above the monsters, I'm almost wondering if we have the card go all the way up, hit the monster, and then come back down. I think we might do that. I think we might actually do that. Yes. Let's do that. All right, so how are we going to do that, though? Jesse says, oh, I hope that red stain box doesn't get mixed up with for my order from the Red Cross. I hate when my juice gets in my blood. Yeah, that is the worst, isn't it? You go for some nice refreshing juice and you're just like, yeah. Wait. When your juice gets in your blood, are you drinking the blood and you're sad that juice gets in it? Can you set up like a subscription on that, or how do you get that? All right. Don't ask questions. I won't. I will just send you your red box of juice, and we'll call it good there. All right. Here we go. Dracula. It's true. All right. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only person here, but have you ever gotten like a cut on your arm or like something like that, and you like go to wipe it off and you get like blood on your finger and you like lick the blood off your finger? Am I the only one that has ever done that? Or you're like, you're bleeding a little bit and you're like, I need to get that off my arm. It's like, you'll lick it clean. Anyone? Bueller? I mean, no, of course not. Who would do that? That'd just be weird. Licking your own blood? Ugh. Not in this house. Not on this Christian Minecraft server. Anyway, here we go. So we want to have the card move up to the monster and then down. Simple enough. Shouldn't be too bad. That way they can all go to the same Z and Y coordinates, and then probably just go down to the same Z and Y coordinates. And that's probably going to work the best. So the only thing there, actually no. That actually won't be an issue, because I was thinking, because when you draw the cards, let me show you really quick. So when you draw the cards shift after you draw so many cards, right? So if we come up over here, you to you, oh my gosh, just give me a monster. Don't give me trap rooms. There we go. So as you're drawing cards, right? So you got the 2, 3, 4, 5, and they're all like that. But then as soon as you draw a 6th, they all kind of squish together. And you draw a 7th, they all squish together. You draw an 8th, they squish together even more. And that'll keep happening as you draw more and more and more, if you don't get above 21 by that point. So if you're drawing 2s and aces and all that fun stuff. But I was worried. I was like, well, depending on how many cards you've drawn, I'm gonna have to change where the cards are moving to. No, it will literally be going to the exact same spot. So just right here, and then they'll all come down this way, down off the screen, down this way. So we're good. We are good there. Click like a cat says, in the nicest possible way, WTF. I can't be the only one, though. No one has ever licked their own blood. I'm not meaning like there's like a pool of blood and you lick it. I just mean like you have like a little droplet of blood. Like let's say you cut your finger, or you hit your wrist or something like that, and you're like, it's bleeding, and then you either like wipe it off with your finger, but you're like, I don't have anything to wipe it on, and so you just kind of like lick it off your finger. All right. So there we go. Do a lot of time. I've done it. Well, Moon Mom, it sounds like you are the weird one here. My first instinct is never to lick the blood. Yeah, but it's your own blood. Like if someone else, obviously, like if you were around someone that like bled on you, you're maybe second guess if you're gonna lick the blood off your arm if someone else around you was bleeding. Anyway, all of that to say, coming back around to what Jesse was saying, I don't know how vampires do it. That just sounds gross to me. Terrible stuff. Anyway, Autumn __ says easier than going and getting a towel or whatever. Exactly. And I'm not meaning like, you know, your wound is oozing blood or something like that. It's just a little drop. Just a little drop. You lick it and then it like stops bleeding. So, you know, it's not that crazy, I don't think. But yeah, not anybody else's. I would never in a million years ever lick someone else's blood. For many reasons. Primary being that would be gross. Secondary could be very dangerous. So anyway, yeah. Axel says, it's very common to lick your own wounds. Your saliva is much stronger than morphine. See, there we go. I am scientifically justified in my licking of my wounds. If you don't lick it, how do you know it's blood? That's true. It could just be punch and you'd never even know it. And then at that point, you're just missing out on punch. And no one wants to miss out on punch. I don't anyway. Yeah, so there we go. There we go. All right, so, okay, so we want to move image layer 27 to, well, the X is going to be 640, because it's going to be centered on the screen. And let's find out exactly where we are going to be moving the card to. So that is centered. I don't think we want to center the card. I think probably what we'll do is we'll have it go, I don't know, here-ish? Here-ish. And then I'm almost also wondering, do we have it shrink to like 50%? It's like, if we should have it shrink down 50%, it's a little small. I'm just wondering if it does like some shrinking on the way up here, right? So like as it's moving up, it shrinks down, hits the monster, and then comes back up to its normal size down here. It's kind of what I'm thinking, actually. Yeah, we'll have it reduced down to like 75% or something like that. But the actual spot that it's moving to is going to be 640 by 240. Easy enough. All right, we do want to have it move a little bit faster though, so we're probably gonna say. Also, I am so sorry. My chin is extremely itchy tonight for some reason. Bear with me. It's been like a week or week and a half since I shaved, and it's getting a little itchy. But I'm gonna try and I'm trying going for a new look, you might say, new look, and maybe that look will be expanded upon over the coming days. We'll see. We'll see what happens. So it moves up. Yes, moves up. Let's grab 27, change this to be quad in. So we want it to start slow and go fast. So quad in. And then as soon as it hits where the monster's at, turn on hit monster. Set variables, cards drawn -1. And then if the monster's HP is less than or equal to 0, set the monster's HP to 0, turn on dead monster. We're not going to wait for any more time after that. And then just move the picture. We don't want to wait though. Yes, we do. Nope, we're gonna have to reverse this. I just realized. So image layer 27. Wait, no. That is right. That is right. Because basically this card right here, this first card, is image layer 27. And then 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, so on and so forth. So we do want to work from the highest drawn card back. So yes, the last card can wait as it's moving back. All the others can't, but the last one can. We want to wait until it's the very end. So, Autumn __ says, from Moon Man to Beard Man, we'll see. I highly doubt I'll be able to grow any kind of beard, but I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can go for like the stubble look. We'll see what happens. I don't know. My facial hair does not grow like at all. Like I said, this is quite literally like 2 weeks of not shaving. At least a week and a half. And this is all I got. So, yeah. Not a whole lot. So if we're going to get a beard going, that's going to be months of work. Maybe we'll get there. Maybe. Uh-oh. From Moon Man to Sneezing Man now. Jesse says, speaking of new look, I need to get a beard and head trim soon. The increase in temperatures has been brutal. Yeah, that's fair. On the bright side, at least this week's supposed to be cooler in northern Utah / Salt Lake counties are supposed to be a little bit cooler. So, you know, maybe it won't be so bad this week. Yeah, it did go from like 0 to 100 real fast, which always sucks. I'm just like, give us some nice 70 degrees for a few months, and then you can move into the 80s and the 90s and the hundreds. But no, Utah just likes to go, hey, it's freezing and it's snowing outside, to 2 days later, it's like, hey, it's 85 and really hot, so sucks to be you. Yeah, same thing. My hair is definitely getting a little long, and I don't know. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Winter, it's just so much easier to have just like long hair to just like insulate your head and keep you warm. Pretty great. Then it gets warm and you're like, nope, not gonna work. Okay, now we just need to figure out where is the image going after it moves up. And that should be another easy one to figure out. So, I think we're just gonna go for center of the drop pile. So basically from here over to here. Let's see here. So 132, so 66 pixels. There we go. There's center of the draw pile. Then if we move you down to here, where would that be? That's going to move us to 518, 804. Easy enough. 518, 804. There we go. Whew. Didn't think I was gonna get it that time. All right. So at that point, oh, and then we need to change the picture easing from quadric in to quadric out. So the quadric in, it basically starts the card moving slow, like it eases it into its motion. So it starts out slow, it accelerates it into its motion. That's going to be the best word to describe it. So it accelerates it, so it starts out slow and then hits its peak movement speed all the way at the very end, right as it hits the monster. And then the quadric out is going to start fast and slow down. So, as long as it actually works the way I'm thinking, it should look like the card starts out slow, moves fast, hits the monster, and then comes down fast and then stops slowly. We'll see what happens. I'm going to change that to 20 frames though. So with all of that, we should be able to copy and paste this top one and replace this, change this to 28 and 28, because they all should be going to the same spot. Center of the screen, on top of the monster. Ooh, I almost forgot. We're going to have it shrink down to 75%. That's right. I almost forgot. We're going to have it shrink just a little bit. Nothing crazy. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. To make it look like the card is kind of moving away from the player and then coming. Will it actually have that effect? Who knows? Fingers crossed it does. Let's get rid of the weight. And then it waits. I think that should be fine. We're going to change that to 10 frames though. Yeah. Yeah. And we will copy that, put that there. I may actually even reduce that wait time even more. Because basically these 10 frames, that's how long it's waiting until it starts moving the next card. I feel like 10 frames should be fine though. That should be fine. All right, same thing up here. We get rid of those two. Quadric in or 29. Move image layer 29. Hit monster. Get rid of the weight. And grab grab, wait a minute. That's what I thought. 28 and 28. Almost forgot to change that image layer. Okay. And then we copy all of that and come up here, place this with 29, 9, and wait for 10 frames. Sweet. And we'll just continue up the line like this. Let's get rid of 30. Do 30. Same here, 30. Let's get rid of that wait time. Dead monster is off. Okay, so then we need to come down here. Those, 30, and 30. 29, 29. Okay, just making sure that I'm not, I gotta verify that I'm not copying and pasting bad code. That's done that before too many times, and it's not a good time. It's very easy to get off when you start copying and pasting code. So that's good. Those, that. It's going to be 31, 31. So Jesse, do you have a pretty killer beard going on right now? It's going to be 32 and 32. Ooh. Draw damage running total. Don't know what that is, but I'm going to leave it just in case it's important. Do not want to get rid of anything that I might need later. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I probably will go through here, the whole like attack thing later. But for now, it'll get the job done. Should be all right. All right, we're almost there because we just did cards 7. There's only 8 cards. So let's come up over here, get rid of that, change this to 34 and 34. Grab these guys right here. Swap that out to 34 and 34. Cool. All right. Just says it's pretty okay. It's a mess because I don't like to spend a lot of time grooming it. It's fair. That is fair. Once it gets too long, you're just like, I don't know what to do with it. Basically, I let my hair grow wild until it gets too hot, or my wife goes, okay, you need a trim. Hey, that sounds pretty close to my situation too. I told myself, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna let my hair keep growing longer and longer and longer. And I'm like, I'm not gonna care. It's what I want to do. I'm a man, and I'm gonna grow my hair. It's gonna be great. And then I don't know what was it. Was like a couple weeks ago now. My wife was like, it's like, yeah, we need to get you a haircut sometime soon. And I like initially, I'm like, nope, not gonna happen. And then like it was like the next day I started thinking, I'm like, it is kind of frustrating the amount of time and effort I have to be putting into my hair, and it is kind of frustrating when the wind blows and it gets in my face. And so I'm just like, yeah, maybe it is time. Maybe it is time for a haircut. I feel like that's a good way to do that though. You get to experience much more as you go from like short hair to a little bit messy to then longer hair. So yeah. Anyway, all right, let's go find a monster. There we go. Cool. So we got a monster here. So if I click in this area, it should attack. Let's see what happens. There is one thing that I already know is going to be a little bit buggy, and that is it's going to go behind these HUD elements, because the HUD elements show above everything. Everything, there's not a single thing on the screen that can hide the HUD elements. You can't show a picture over them. You can't tint the screen to black or anything like that. Like, they will show above everything in the RPG Maker system. They take priority, highest priority. On the Z-axis, they are on the highest of the axes. There is a script, though, that I was asking about this, I don't know, this is probably like 6 months ago or something like that on the forums, and I was just like, is there any way to make it so you can show images below? Because this is like a custom written script to get these HUD elements to work. So I was like, is there any way that I can get this to work? And like basically everyone responded, they're just like, nope, the way that it's designed, you cannot do that. And some mad lad came in and was like, here you go, I wrote a script for you, good luck. And I'm just like, you are awesome, thank you so much. So I will be fixing this eventually. As long as nothing else happens, we should be good. All right, now that I've got that cough out of the way, here we go. Let's see what happens. Huh? What? Okay, all right. That's fine. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Some bugs. Some bugs. We'll figure it out, though. Well, that's odd. Autumn__ says, the white on the health bar is armor, right? No. So, and this is where we'll probably need to redesign this a little bit. So the white on the health bar is, what am I doing? It's next. What? The white on the health bar is how much damage you are going to be doing to the monster. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna need to redesign it because it doesn't make sense. I actually think it was Sozman last time. Maybe it was someone else. Maybe was it Cool Man, not Cool Guy. Cool Man Shield 69 maybe suggested it. Now I don't remember. Someone suggested having it like pulse. So it was like it's like slowly flashing. I can't get that to work, unfortunately. You can make it blink with white to red. We did try that last time, actually, and it didn't look great, unfortunately. But yeah, so we will definitely need to see how we can better get that working. So let me just let me come out of full screen there for a second. So you got the HUD maker here, right? So let me hide everything else. Let's come over here to the image gauge. This one. This one. I wish I could name these. That would be so much more helpful. Style is from the right. Up. Down. Okay, so this should be the white one. Okay, there we go. From the right. So basically, there is an animate tab. So I'm sure it might be very difficult to see, but there's an animate tab here, and you can change the X offset, the Y offset, the scale, and rotation. And that's about it. So there's not really anything that I can do. There's not even in here. So some of the HUD elements, you can change the opacity, but you can't link it to like a variable or anything like that, unfortunately. So yeah, basically the option is it is either there or it's not. And so it does have conditions. You know, I can set conditions, like basically it says that it only shows if switch 13 is on, and if switch 15 is off, and if switch 22 is on, and if switch 23 is false, and if variable 56 is equal to 0. That is so many conditions. But anyway, so I could go in and create a condition to where it does show and it doesn't show. So while it's there, it would like flash in and out. It wouldn't be a breathing pulse or anything like that. Like it wouldn't be slow and gradual. Because like I'm sure you can see here, this red one, you can see that pulsing. That is what I would like to have. I would absolutely love if I could have something like that. But the way the plugin is, that's just how it works, unfortunately. Yeah, we'll figure something out eventually. One of these days we'll get there. But anyway, so for now, yes, that is a very long answer to your question. That is the damage you're doing to the monster's health, and we'll figure something out as we go along. Also, Sozman, welcome. Glad you're here. I go through this cycle of wanting to grow a beard, and then I hate it constantly, feeling it on my face, shave, repeat. That is fair. Yeah, this is usually about where I get to, like this length of stubble is usually about where I start getting to, is when I start regretting it, because this is when it starts getting itchy. It's like right at that perfect length where it starts to get itchy. And this is usually where I regret it and I shave it. So definitely not beard status by any stretch of the imagination, not at all. But yeah, this is about as long as I ever have it go, and then it starts just getting itchy, and then I shave it, and yeah, it happens. I'd change it to gray if so. That would actually probably work a lot better. Have it be something less of a striking color. So we'll see. We will see what happens, and we may even just go back to numbers, maybe. You know, throw a number somewhere to show how much damage you're doing. We'll see. We'll see. Late to the beard convo. You're totally fine. We can always go back to the beard convo. No worries there at all. Let's see. Autumn__ says, let's see. Very cool. Could you make it blink? Hey, that's what I just said. Interesting. Oh, can you add a border around just what the damage would be? Oh, like add a border around this health bar? I could technically. I could. Just trying to think of how I would make it work. Around the white, but not the red. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, let me do this. Let me do this. So are you meaning? Let's Are you meaning adding a border? It's like let's grab a different color. We'll grab orange. So yeah, so basically it's supposed to be, this is the health that's gone, this is how much damage you're going to be doing, and then this is the remaining health. Are you meaning adding a border around this white portion? That way it's just not like a straight white? Okay, okay. Now would this be, so are we thinking border? So it goes out and around like this? Or something internal so it kind of goes on the inside of the white box? Something like that? And would we make it the same color as the health? Indeed. Yeah, we definitely could do something like that. Yeah. That definitely is an option. Something else we also can do, just to make it so it's not as striking, is if we come over here to images, some random dude, HUD, gauge images, and we do enemy HP front player attack. That's the one. I need to get rid of all of these other ones that I'm not using anymore. Anyway, basically what we can do is if we come in here, we can put this to like 50% or something like that, and we can save that. Then come back over here and we get into battle. It's a dimmer, so it's not quite such a bright white, but a dimmer white. Maybe. Yeah, we'll see. This whole section right here will definitely be getting revamped eventually. I figured for now we'll build out the mechanics, we'll get working prototype assets here for now, And then we'll eventually make this look better. Because this definitely like stands out right now, at least aside from like the rest of the UI. So yeah, eventually this will be getting replaced / upgraded. Yeah, these are definitely things we're going to want to keep in mind when we get to that point when we can upgrade it and redesign it. Yeah, keeping in mind what's going to look best when we go in to redesign it. So when we redesign it, it can actually be a good redesign that feels solid and feels good to look at and play. I am so sorry I went like that and my audio levels were completely in the red. So hopefully that wasn't too loud. Autumn__ says both work. If it was inside, it could be nice and black though, but I kind of prefer outer. I don't know. That's true. And I could do either one. Either one could technically work. That looks great as well. Yeah, so we could try something like this, some type of transparency. What was I even trying to say? I don't even know where I like completely lost what I was even saying. Some type of transparency. I think my brain was wanting to say anti-solid. That is not, it's transparent, not anti-solid. Anyway. Chuck's gotta go. Something important just came up. Hopefully I can come back later / watch longer Tuesday. No worries at all. Good luck with your important things. Thank you so much for being here. And yeah, nothing else. Hopefully we'll see you later. But if nothing else, we'll see you on Tuesday. Axel says, you only started to think the next day? That explains a lot. Anti-solid. Do you mean liquid? I mean, I guess there could be a few things when you say anti-solid. For me, it was an anti-solid color. So something you can see through, something that's transparent. Or liquid, that would also work too. Anti-solid is a liquid. Or a gas. Could also be that as well. All right, so, cool. Let's get this whole attack thing figured out, because yes, that is, I don't know why the card goes up there and then stops and then disappears. Makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense. So let's see what kind of conditions we are working in here. Come down here to card number 1. So it says to move card 27. Oh, image layer 27, which is card 1. It says to move it and wait for 20 frames. Okay. 28. So if dead monster wait a minute. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. This is saying if dead monster is off, then it does this stuff. But this would be if dead monster is on. So this is only happening when you actually kill the monster. Okay. That makes so much more sense now. So basically all we need to do is copy this. And then right here. So it moves the card, yada, yada, yada. Let's get rid of that weight. Okay. That is why. Whew. I gotta read my actual code before I start doing stuff like that. Gotta read it. All right. New game. Save file 1, yada, yada, yada. Here we go. Here we go. This says, as some liquids are solid in color, like boiling tar and blood. Back to the blood. That's fair. That is fair. They definitely are solid in their colors. Axel says, when is lemonade dropping? About that. I had every intention of finishing it today. And then responsibilities and things like that took over. So, yeah. But my current hope, because all that is left is implementing the end of the game. I've gone through, I've tried to do as much bug testing as possible, and I think I've worked out all the bugs. You can now move all the way from June 1st to August 31st. It all works out. You know, you can move from day to day to day. It changes the weather based on how far along in the year you are. So like all of that should be working 100%. It is literally just getting the endings done. And I have the first game over working because there's a few different win and loss conditions. So the first loss condition is you make it to August 31st and you have not sold enough lemonade to make your tuition. At that point, it cues a game over screen. And so I got the game over screen for that one built out. And now I just need to get the other game over, which is your lemonade stand gets down to a 0 rep. But I can basically just go back to the exact same game over screen. I just have to change the wording just a little bit. So that one should be a pretty easy one to implement. And then I just have the victory screens. So the victory screens are actually really the only, I guess there's only one victory, and that is you have sold enough lemonade. Like, you sold enough lemonade, you're good to go. So I guess there are more, there's more lose states than there are win states. Because yeah, literally the only way to win is you sell enough lemonade, you get enough money, and you're good to go. The lose states are you run out of time, your lemonade stand gets to 0. Excuse me. And there was a third, and I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, you just run out of money. You have zero money / supplies. Because that I remember thinking that was the one. I was like, well, if you ever hit $0 in savings, it's automatic game over. But then I was like, no, because then someone could technically make themselves get a game over by just using all of their money and buying everything, and then trying to start the next day, and it would be like, you have $0 in savings, sorry, but it's like you can make that back with the stuff you bought. So yeah, so that one is gonna take a little bit more to do. But anyway, yes, so all of that to say, it is going to be, fingers crossed, as long as nothing horrible happens, it should be tomorrow. It should be tomorrow that I will have a link that I'll be able to post. Because there are still, let's see, what is it? Let's test this really quick, and then I'm gonna go take a look at the game jam. I'm pretty sure there's still like over a week left, but I just want to double check and make sure. So if we click this, it should attack and we should be good. Okay, there we go. I mean, aside from the whole, you know, it going below this thing, that's exactly what we want to have happen. Bam, bam. Yeah, there we go. Cool, fantastic. Coming back over to here and into the game jam. Excuse me. Okay, yeah, so we still have 1 week left. Yes, so the goal is tomorrow, have a link to it on itch to be able to have people play, probably just for, I don't know, a day or two, maybe 3. But yeah, so it is due on the 19th, which the 19th is Saturday. So yeah, I'm hoping to have it submitted by like Friday. Maybe Thursday, just so I'm not cutting it too close to the edge. But yeah, so it'll be at least a few days that I'll have it up. It'll be playable. You can play it on, you know, basically anything. Axel was actually pointing this out to me on Discord, that because it uses the mouse to be able to, like, you don't have to use the keyboard for anything. You can just use your mouse. It technically is going to be mobile friendly. So you would be able to just like play it on your phone if you wanted. So yeah, so it should work on there. And yeah, so anyway, so hopefully there should be at least a few days of game testing that everyone can do, or just enjoying it in general. And then I'll be submitting it to the game jam, and hopefully should be a good time. Hopefully, we'll see. But anyway, to answer your question, yes, very soon. Just need to finish the actual ending of the game, because I'm like, you got your game, but now you actually need to have the game end. So just says he was going to finish Lemonade Stand. Then little Susie knocked on the door and said, "Nice game you got there. Sad if something happened to it." It's true. It's true. And then she like freaking dumped a whole bunch of cookies in my computer and kicked it a bunch of times and shot it. It's terrible. It was awful. Wouldn't recommend it. So if you're ever going to make even a Lemonade Stand game, just make sure you're not doing it on the turf of the freaking Girl Scouts, because they take that stuff very seriously. It's dangerous stuff out there. Scary stuff. Axel says, I'm off for the next 2 days. I was hoping to play it on my off days. Oh, well, you should at least have one off day of it being up. I'm going to see what I can do. The goal is to, during my lunch break, spend at least an hour trying to get that last stuff implemented. Because yeah, it quite literally is just me going in, because I already have the whole, like, all the messages written out and stuff like that. It's just making the game actually show them, and then either victory or game over, depending on what happens. So it should be a really quick implementation. I just need to get there, you know. This says, also, that's a mood. I tried to start game dev at 11 p.m. and ended up helping my wife until 9 p.m. That's a good time. Maybe if you start the day at 0 and end at 0, or if you end 2 days in a row at 0, then you get the sad ending where you give up and say, Mom was right. I mean, that kind of is the sad ending, is basically your mom being like, I told you, get a real job next summer. But yeah, I kind of, and that's where I'm trying to decide how to, because literally all I just have to do like a variable check. So like all I would have to do is say, hey, is your bank account at 0? And do you have, I mean, really, like if you have 0 cups, you can't make any drinks because you have no cups. So really all I would have to say is your bank account at 0? Are your small, medium, large, and extra large cups all at 0? All of that is true, then game over, because you can't make a drink. So if all you did was bought thousands of lemons, sorry, game over. Game over for you, man. Axel says you could just post a download link on Discord so you don't run the risk of being disqualified. That's true. Well, I guess that's true. I don't know. I worry about people having to download it though. Like I don't want anyone to, I mean, I guess anyone who is going to be downloading it would know that I'm the one that made it. I don't know. We'll see. I don't think I would be disqualified. I don't know. I think we should be fine. I think we should be, but I don't know how you would, but I'd rather take every possible precaution. I know, and I probably should be a little bit more cautious about it. I don't know. I'm like, I don't feel like it would be the end of the world to post a link to it. Yeah, maybe we will just for now. Maybe I will just post it in Discord. I think I can also post like a private, I think on Itch you can post like a private upload, so only people with the link can even see it. And then I would post that private link in Discord, and I would only have that link live for like 2 or 3 days. And then I would take it down and then post the public one for the game jam. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'll find every way to break the game. I'm sure you will. That is actually one of the greatest things with game dev, is having someone else come in and play the game. Because when I'm making the game, like, yeah, I know all of like the weird little things that could happen, and I try and make up for those edge cases. But there's nothing quite like someone coming in and playing your game to figure out how many bugs are in your game. Like, oh, this would happen. So when I was younger, I mean, I think I've said this before. I've been using RPG Maker for a very long time now. Very long time. Like, since I was 10, so like 25 years or something like that. And, you know, obviously, like, I've worked on hundreds of projects in that time. Only ever finished a couple, but I used to have my younger sister. She would play test my games, and I don't know how she did it, but she just somehow always managed to find every single possible bug. I don't know how, but like, she was so good at finding every single bug that was or ever would be in that game. And yeah, it was super useful to have an outside perspective come in, test the game, and yeah, it was great. So if you're making a game and you have someone that you can have just come in every now and then and test it for you without you looking over their shoulder, because that's the other thing, is I noticed that when I was looking over her shoulder, and if she was ever doing anything that I was like not wanting her to do, because I'm like, well, that could be a bug, I would like try to like steer her away. So not looking over their shoulder, not backseat driving, just letting them play the game and be like, hey, give it a try. Here you go. Do what you can. That's going to be the best way to find bugs. And they will find a lot. They will find so many bugs. But in the end, it's going to be great because the more bugs you can find, especially early on, the better it's going to be, because then you won't have to fix those bugs later. Because bug fixing, as you get further and further in the project, not fun. Not fun at all. Okay, so let's give this a try. If we do all, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All of these cards should go bam, 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 up and down, up and down, up and down until it gets to the end. Let's see what happens. Okay, all right. That was fine. It was all right. I don't know. I don't know. I want it to move faster. I think this will be fine for now. Eventually, I do want to do something more than just the card flies up, hits the monster, and comes down. I do want to do more of that, more than that eventually, but for now, we're going to call this good. It does the damage, gets the monster, you're good to go. Now here's something I'm curious about, wondering. It looked like it was doing weird things with the damage ratio on the health bar. So where is monster HP is 7. Okay. So I'm doing 2 damage. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that's all of it. All right, fair enough. And then all of this should kill the monster. Why does it seem to speed up at the end? What did I change? What's happening here? 15, 20, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15. Okay. So they all wait for 15 frames. Quad in. Quad in, quad in. 30 quad in, 29 quad in, 28 quad in, 27 quad in. Yeah, I don't get why it seems to speed up toward the end. That's very bizarre. Very bizarre. Axel says, just don't forget to add a hyperlink to my channel for my music. I'd post the music used in the game in official launch. Oh, yes. I'm pretty sure there's, well, so I will be posting on the actual game page itself. I wonder if there's a way to add hyperlinks in the game. I'm sure there's got to be some plugin for it. I know the RPG Maker doesn't support it natively, but I'm pretty sure there is a plugin to add hyperlinks to the game. I will need to look into that and see if that's possible. I mean, if nothing else, I will be including the credits as well on like the game page listing, because I think the way that it's supposed to work is I'm supposed to post a itch page with the game, and then I post a link to that page to actually like submit the game. So on that itch game page is where I will be putting like a hyperlink to your YouTube channel and all that fun stuff. Yeah, I'll need to look into see if there's also a way to be able to link that to that, because yeah, that would be really good to have as well. Absolutely fantastic to have. Yeah, why? I believe there is. I've seen some that have like Patreon links. Yeah, and yeah, Like, I'm 99% sure there is some kind of plugin that would allow me to open up a hyperlink or just like open up pages in general. So just says, yeah, you make an itch page for the game, then you have a page where you can submit it to the jam, and I think you can add some notes to the jam submissions. Yeah, I've gone through the process of submitting like for game jams on itch. I've never finished that process, but from what I remember, yeah, it was something like you create your itch page, you do all that stuff. So like I would put like screenshots, I'd probably put the credits in there as well, hyperlink to your YouTube channel, Axel, and then I would then post that as like the submission for the game. So yeah, it definitely will be up there. I feel like if I have to have an itch page up, then I have to have it there for people to be able to play. So I don't think there should be any issue with me having the game on an itch page. There shouldn't be anything there. But again, I'm going to look more into it, just make sure that we're in the clear before anything like that happens. But yeah, I will definitely look into seeing if that's possible at all. Well, not possible, but how easily and quickly I can implement it. It definitely is possible. I would just need to see how quickly I can implement it. Okay. Like, what is happening here? Are these just slightly different? Oh, there's a wait time, and a wait time, and a wait time, and a wait time. That could be why it felt slower for the first few cards and then faster as it gets towards the end. That could do it. That could do it for sure. All right, so here we go. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we go bam, 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 bam. Well, there we go. That is much better. It is way better. All right, so if the monster is dead, then we need to clear these cards. It already cleared the decks, which is great, but now we need to actually clear the monster cards. So how are we gonna do that? Let's come over here. Tint picture. This is erasing pictures. Exit UI interaction. Okay. Is it a part of the, let's see, monster animation, hit monster, dead monster, erase picture 24 and 93. What image layer are we looking for? We're looking for 26. That's the card decks. Okay, so we need to find image layer 26 where it's affecting that. Hit monster. Do all this stuff over here. Item drop. There we go. Okay, so this is the actual, so current room monster is equal to -1 now, so the monster's dead. Erase picture 26, 95. Oh. Okay, well, we don't need any of that anymore. Do we? I don't think so. Get rid of that. And then just make sure that it erases all of the images. Okay. But what we do need to do is move the enemy's cards. So to do that, let's come over here to Photoshop. And what image layer is this? Oh, this is what I was sketching with. That's right. Okay, delete that. I need to do better at actually deleting image layers that I'm done with, because I'm getting a lot. I'm getting a lot of image layers, and it's really bogging down this whole project. All right, so HP bar, DP, the DP bar, player's hand, and the monster's hand. Okay, let's come over here to the monster's hand, and I don't know, roughly this car. Move here-ish. Go. All right, so that's going to be 764,804. Ooh. Picture 764,804. Center. We're gonna do this in like 20 frames. Well, let's find out where the actual monster here. Monster card draws. Yes. So this is image layer 38 and 39. Okay. So we just need to say 38. $39. We move those cards down. We just erase the cards for now. I don't think we need to animate them at all. What am I doing with my life? All right. 38 and 39. Just erase them. There we go. Cool. Okay, now we should be able to kill the monster. Here, attack. Deletes everything. We can leave, come back. Good to go. Now, we just need to get the actual running away. So if I try and run, does this whole thing, yada, yada, yada. What? Why did it not draw the cards? I wasn't even really paying attention. I'm pretty sure it drew the cards originally. Oh my gosh. I'm doing things here, game. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay, so it drew the cards. And then if I try to leave, the cards are still there. I try to leave. It's a king and a 2. It's not drawing new cards at all. Okay, so something there is broken. What is broken? Oh, monster cards drawn. Okay. Cool. So that means what we need to do is come over here. I believe it shows that turns on. Control variables set 55 to 2. 55. Monster animation frame. Okay, we don't need that. But 94A false. Oh, 94A. 9. Okay, well, that's not what we need. That is not even close to what we need. 912A to true. There we go. Okay. So when you try to leave the room, well, first of all, when you kill the monster, so the monster dies, let's come down here, erases everything, set A to false, and then let's also control variables, set monster cards drawn. That was easy enough to find. Monster cards drawn. Set this to monster total card value, total player turn damage. Okay, let's set 81 through 83 to 0. Cool. You're also going to need that when you try to leave the room. Let's do the dice saving throw. Wherever that is. Puzzle timer saving throw. Animates the saving throw. Failed saving throw. Jump here if skipped. Turn on player being damaged. Turn on failed dex saving throw. Where? Where did I actually put the movement? If down is pressed, and then if 93 contains 1, 5, 7, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15. Saving throw monster, turn on, and then loop. If switch 9 is false, which switch 9 is player being damaged, and if 23 is false, 23 is saving throw monster. Okay. So basically, we need to come over here and we need to copy here down to here. So over here, when you try to leave the room, let's create a comment. Delete player slash, oh my gosh, slash monster. Okay, I cannot type tonight. Delete player slash monster card draws. Well, we'll just call it hands. Delete their hands. They do not get hands any longer. Okay, cool. Now, if we come over here, new game, save file 1, yes, go. Okay, so we got the monster here. Fantastic. Try to leave. Erases all of that. Cool. Nothing happens. Awesome. Come back over here. We got our draws again. We've got 3 jack, 5 9. Let's just make sure that it actually is doing everything properly. 3 jack, 5 9. All right, there we go. Different cards every time. Fantastic. So it is actually getting rid of the hand, hiding the hand, or deleting the hand, honestly. And cool. Yeah, awesome. Okay, let's come back over to our Trello board and just take a look over here. So the player, make player attack functionality. That is working. The player can attack. Cool. Make the monster attack functionality. I've not done that yet. Clear the battle scene if trying to run from battle. Just got that working. Make monster death functionality. That, I believe, is all working correctly, yeah? I'm pretty sure that if we come in here, I mean, it's not pretty. Eventually, we will be beautifying the whole combat scene and all that fun stuff. Yeah, so if we draw cards up to here, get them down to 1 health left, and we go bam, 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 bam. Here's another question. Should we make the monster redraw their hand when you attack? So basically, when you attack, we take away their cards, make them redraw. Maybe? I feel like that could be a good or a bad thing. It'd be good because if the monster ever drew like a 19, right? And you just happen to get lucky enough to draw 20, but then they're not going to redraw at all until you... Yeah. I think we're actually going to make it so that the monster redraws after you attack. All right, let's do that. Just says they should redraw every round. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. I hadn't even really thought about it until like just now. I was like, wait, yeah, that doesn't make any sense for them to not redraw. Because like, it could be great for the player, you know, if the monster drew 2 2s and so their armor class is only a 4, then like that's great for the player because then you're basically going to win with every single hand you draw. But then again, it could also be terrible because if they drew a 20, you have to get a blackjack to be able to win against them. So yeah. Let's have them redraw every time. So whether that is because like obviously they redraw when you leave the room and come back, they redraw. Well, if they die, they can't redraw. So then, yeah, so it'd really just be you leaving the room and coming back is when they need to redraw. So let's grab that to that, and we're just gonna get rid of that later. So when you attack, down here at the bottom, we're gonna say it gets rid of all the cards. If dead monster is off. Yes, so right in here. So long as the monster is not dead, turn on draw cards, and then we're also going to get rid of the monsters cards, reset those. I don't think we need to turn this to false. We just need to reset those variables. Then it'll come back here, which basically draws the cards and then goes through all that again. Cool. All right, so let's give that a test. New game, save file, yes, next. Here we go. All right, so if we draw one more and then we attack. Why did he not draw again? Axel says, hey Moon Man, can you take proper donations on Twitch, not just bits? I don't know. I don't know about that. I have not really looked into it, honestly. Yeah, I'll have to check on that. I'm also maybe, I don't know. See, here's going to be a random tangent that I'm going to kind of go off of as I'm trying to figure out why this is not working. I don't want to ever feel like, no, I don't want anyone to ever feel like I am like begging for money, right? So, you know, obviously like I want to, you know, if I could eventually make this like a full-time thing where I'm able to do this all day, like I would absolutely love that. And I would take that in a heartbeat. But I don't want anyone to ever feel like that I'm like shoving down your throats of like, oh, hey, like I've got a Patreon, I've got a coffee. Also, you need to watch ads and, you know, oh, I'm going to turn my chat in subscriber only mode. And hey, make sure to, you know, donate some bits and all. Like, I don't ever want it to feel like that. But I have thought about maybe trying to think of like some perks that would be worth setting up like a Patreon or something like that. So on the off chance, like if someone wanted to do like one-time donations, I actually think it might be a coffee instead of Patreon. So I think coffee does better like one-time donations where it's like, you know, if there's anything particular that someone's like, oh yeah, here's a donation versus like a monthly thing. Because I know that like monthly things can be very frustrating and, you know, there's already so much requiring money every single month. Like I do not want to tack onto that. But yeah, something like a coffee or something like that, where it could just be like a one-time thing every now and then, could be pretty nice. Especially considering that over on Twitch, they do take a very, very large cut of stuff. I think they're currently taking like 50% or something like that is like the beginning tier on Twitch is, yeah, I think they take like 20% of bits, subscriptions, ad revenue. Actually, the ad revenue I think is like way higher than that. Anyway, yeah. So, and yeah, so to answer your question in a roundabout way, I don't know if you can do direct donations on Twitch, and it might be like the next tier up of like monetization on the Twitch channel. I can't remember what that tier is, but it might be something like that. So yeah. Jesse says, I don't think so, not through Twitch. I think it's just subs and bits, but those are safer than like PayPal and coffee donations. Yeah, and I mean, I know that you can turn on like dollar donations eventually, but I think it is like you have to be like, you know, you have to have like, you know, however many like 1,000+ followers, probably like 100+ viewers, a chat rate of X percentage, and all that fun stuff. So donation system that buys you a pizza. There we go. Could do that. Something like that. A cheese donation, something, you know, something like that. Copy from the greats. YouTube gets super chats. That's true. And still a long way off from that for me. Maybe eventually we'll get there. Eventually. But anyway, yeah. So it has been a thought of mine. Again, I don't want anyone to ever feel like I am trying to squeeze money out of anyone. So I'm like, I want to avoid going too crazy with it. But I'm like, yeah, if people are so inclined to, you know, make a donation or something like that, then, you know, I don't want to say no. Because again, like, if I could, I would absolutely 100% take making this like a full-time thing where I'm able to do this, you know, as my day job. Like, I would love it. It would just, you know, be a lot of work to get to that point. 81 and 83, set them to 0, turn on draw cards. Okay, so I do need to turn A back on. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, here we go. Figured it out. Don't even worry about it. We got it. So down here at the bottom, when it resets that variable, also turn on self-switch A. Cool. That should fix that. This says if there is a refund on PayPal or coffee, you pay the refund, then a fee. If someone charges back on Twitch, Jeff Bezos himself just eats the cost. Oh, that is fair. I do know, yeah, I have heard about that, where, yeah, it's like people that do donations through, yeah, coffee and PayPal and stuff like that. If there is a chargeback, then yeah, you have to cover that cost. And that would absolutely suck. And Axel, I could see you taking 100% of my money. Just like every now and then, just here's $50. Just kidding. And then I have to pay that like $1.50 fee or whatever they charge. I could see that. I could see that happening. All right. So, by attack, card should disappear. He should draw 2 new cards. So 10 and 7. 8 and king. All right, there we go. It's not pretty by any stretch of the imagination, but it's functional. And that's what we were going for. It's functional. All right, cool. There we go. All right, let's come back over here. Make monster attack functionality. That's right. That's also what we need to do. I guess I didn't really have a thing in here to make that, but that's okay. That's okay. All right, so I don't think I'm going to add it either. Jesse says, my wife keeps getting screwed over by chargebacks as a freelance artist. Last year cost us a couple of thousand. Holy crap. That is insane. The fact that there's not better protection for something like that is kind of crazy to me. That sucks. I am sorry. People are the absolute worst. I hear about some of the horrible things that some people will do just to save a couple dollars, not even thinking about the fact that it like passes that on to like the person providing, well, the digital good. Because it's like, sorry about that. Yeah, so my oldest sister is a published author. So We pull this up, Heather Frost. Yeah, so she is a published author. She's got a few books, but you know, she was a part of a problem that some people were causing in the like book, I don't know what industry, the book industry, I guess. Anyway, yeah, so basically it was like a TikTok trend for, I guess, a couple weeks or maybe a couple months where people would buy a book for Kindle. So like they'd buy it digitally, and then they're I guess they have like a, I don't know, like a 2 hour or like a few hour, maybe like a 24-hour period or something like that, where it's, you know, you can get 100% refund. And apparently it was like this trend on TikTok where like they would try and read the book as quickly as possible, get to the very end, and then whether they liked it or not, they would return it. And so I can't remember how much she had to pay back until like, I think they finally cracked down on it. But yeah, it was like hundreds, if not potentially into thousands of dollars, where it's like she was losing out on all this money because people would buy the book, and obviously like she wouldn't get her money, like they hold on to it for a while. And then, you know, when so many returns would come in, like it was messing with the algorithms for like actually suggesting her books. It was messing with how much her payouts were, because, you know, it's, if people buy the book and then return it within that return period and they get their 100% back, but then she has to, yeah, so absolutely horrible stuff. But yeah, not great. So Jesse, I am sorry that your wife and even you to an extent have had to deal with that. That really sucks. So Axel says she wrote those books. Wait, do you actually know these books? Have you seen the Esperance or the Fate of Orinthia series? Or we're going way back, the Sears series. Anyway, yeah. Shout out to my sister Heather. She has written a handful of books right now. I have read about 1.5 of them. So I read Sears. So this was her first book. I read Sears, and then I think I read like half of Demons, and I always meant to go back. Never did. And then when she released Guardians, I had a few people, they were like, is this person's face like based off of you? And I'm like, no. Like, that would be kind of weird if she was putting her younger brother's face on her novel cover. Anyway, yeah, so highly recommend if you like fantasy novels and all that fun stuff. I guess technically Sears is not, I mean, it's fantasy, but it's not like in a fantasy setting. It's like in a modern setting, but like with demons and stuff like that. And then, you know, obviously this is more fantasy, medieval type stuff. Axel says, yes, my friend told me he liked them. Oh, well, there we go. There we go. Well, now you have even a more of a reason to read them. You will be supporting Moon Man's sister. So I was supposed to read them and then completely forgot. That's crazy. That is actually really crazy. I mean, like, obviously, you know, there's a decent amount. I mean, like, you know, this one's got 540 reviews, 381, 528 reviews, 100, 300, 350. It's like, you know, it's not like she's unknown, but she is an indie author, so it's like, you know, it's not like, you know, she's a Stephanie Meyer or anything like that. So that makes it even crazier that like you've actually been recommended these books. So I will let her know that there are people out there recommending her books. I'm sure that she would absolutely love to hear that. So fantastic stuff. Anyway, all that to say, yes, I am very glad that there are protections for consumers where, like, if something absolutely sucks, obviously you want some kind of a return window where you can be like, this was terrible, give me my money back. But then it can also, you know, some bad actors can come in and be like, read the book, absolutely loved it, but I want my money back. Give me my money back. So it happens. It happens. It's a hard balance to get right. Devious Oatmeal, hello. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you're here. How's your weekend going? We're getting some good work done. We're just having a little bit of some chats here and there. So I was bragging about my sister, the author. So yeah, good times. I've wanted to read for audiobooks. I have too. It sounds like it would maybe be fun. And then I think about how slow I am at reading, and I feel like I would be terrible at it. But it would be fun. The idea of it sounds like a good time. Just to like, you know, sit, read a book, record it, and get paid for it. Sounds like a good time. But yeah. What kind of books do you typically like to read, Axel? Wait. You said that 30 minutes ago. No, you didn't. 10:08. That was like 8 minutes ago. I mean, it was a while ago. Don't get me wrong. I definitely did sit on that message for a while. I just wanted to see if you would stick around, even if I didn't immediately say hello, which you did, and I appreciate that. So thank you for sticking around, even though I apparently missed your message for 8 minutes. That's my bad. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Axel says, have you ever read The Hunter's Apprentice? That sounds familiar, which is not very common for me because I do not know books. Yeah, that does sound familiar. Pathos. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I've heard of this book. I have never read it. Although, to be fair, you can say that probably about 99.9999999999999% of books. I am definitely not a reader. I'm very slow at reading. And I don't know. I've always tried to enjoy reading. I just can't. I don't know why. Like growing up, my once a year, although it felt a lot more than that, but once a year, my mom would do like these reading days for us. So like it was basically requiring everyone to read. She only really required everyone for like, I don't know, the first 2 years. After that, it kind of became more voluntary. But most of us would volunteer to read because she would have all sorts of crazy snacks. And so we would all read for like, I don't know, an hour, get our fill of candy and snacks, and then we'd be like, all right, we're out. Everyone except for my oldest sister and my younger sister. So, you know, they're the actual readers and authors in the family. So it makes more sense that they are actually, you know, that they actually read stuff. Anyway, so all that to say, it took me 6 months to read the 5th Harry Potter. So if that tells you anything about how slow I am at reading and at how uninterested in actually reading and getting into the stories I am, I don't know. Like it took me, it was about 2 months to get through about 80-ish% of the 5th Harry Potter. And then it took me about 4 more months to get through the end of the book. You know, the climax of the book, the part that's supposed to be gripping you and engaging you. But I don't know. Every time I have tried, and no matter how much I have tried to want to get into a book and like be there, I don't know. I just cannot get gripped by reading a book. So I have a really hard time actually sitting down and reading a book, especially when it's a very large book. Very difficult for me. Axel says, or the Mysterious Benedict Society. I have not heard of that one. That one doesn't ring a bell. Those are the books that I like. All right, that's fair. That's good to know. Alex Rider and the Mysterious Benedict Society are actually my namesake. Axel is a type. Oh, okay. All right. Well, there we go. We're all learning the lore to the name. Oh my gosh. Okay, I know that I've read your name before, and I swear that I got it wrong the first time too. Pianolotl. Is that it? Pianolotl? Welcome. Glad you're here. Yes, you are here at a great time. We've still got we're barely halfway through the stream, so we've got a solid amount of time left. Yeah, I feel like the first time you were here, I saw your name and was like, and then I actually started sounding it out, and I'm like, okay, actually, that's not too bad. The Y really throws me off, but yeah. Piano Laudel. Well, welcome. Glad you could be here. How's your weekend been? You excited for this next week? Anything fun or exciting coming up? Axel says, actually, the mysterious Benedict Society is what got me into wanting to learn. Well, there you go. As long as you've got some kind of catalyst that would be behind that, that's what matters. So it got me into loving fun facts and stuff, and why I always carry a backpack. A character in the book, Kate, keeps a bucket. She's my favorite character. Wait. Was that a typo? And why I always carry a backpack. Kate keeps a bucket. So does she carry a bucket, but then you want to carry a backpack because of that? Just trying to make sure that I understand it correctly. All right. Jesse will be right back. Good luck, Jesse. Good luck out there. If you don't want to read, there's a live action version on Disney Plus. Oh. That's usually what I do. Is I just wait for some kind of movie or TV show to get made, and then that's where I go with that. So, and I know I don't get as many details as there are in the book, but yeah. Yes, because it's very legally questionable to carry a bucket. That is true. That's true. You can carry a bucket, but it is questionable. Good point. Good point. Audiobooks, I feel like, should help, though. I probably just need to actually take time to listen to audiobooks. Because, I mean, I have like a 30-minute drive into work every day, so I'm in the car for like an hour every day. I could actually probably get through quite a few books with that. I should probably start doing that. Probably start listening to more audiobooks. Actually, the season is very faithful to the book. That's good to know. Damn near 1-to-1 too. That's impressive when they can actually get that to, actually be accurate to the book. That is because it's one thing to be accurate, right? To stick with the story. No. Sorry. It's one thing to try and include as much detail as possible. Because there are some books that just have so much detail, you can't include everything. It just isn't feasible. It's going to, turn into either a ridiculously long movie or a crazy long show. You can't do that. I feel like there are so many books that get turned into shows or movies that for some reason, the writers on the show or their movie, they want to take the story into their own hands. And I'm just like, why? It's been a very long time, so I don't remember all the details, but if I remember right, so what was that book? Aragon? Was it Aragon? It's like the dragons, right? Yeah, Aragon. So Aragon, if I remember right, and if anyone, I'm not gonna say spoiler alert because Aragon is like super old at this point and they've already made a movie, so if you haven't seen the movie or read the book, then I'm sorry, but I'm like 99% sure, if I remember right, there's a character in the movie. Now I'm trying to remember the way that it goes. There's either a character in the movie that they kill off that plays like a critical role in like the third book, or there's someone in the book that gets killed off. No, that wouldn't make any sense, because if they get killed off in the book, then they couldn't play a critical role. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's someone in the book plays a critical role in like the third book, like huge, game-changing, story-altering role, and they kill him for dramatic effect in the movie. And I still remember, because like I had kind of read it, didn't really absorb much of the story, and I still just remember my sister just going on and on about this, and she's just like, how are they going to fix this? Like, this person played a very critical role. He's going to come in very useful and is very much so needed in like the third book, and they killed him just for like dramatic effect. And I'm like, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. There's also a series of unfortunate events. That is another one that I have read, maybe the first like 6 books. They were absolutely fantastic. I actually really enjoyed reading those. It's probably because they're only like at least for the first few, are like 150 pages, 200 maybe. So I feel like I can get through those kinds of books a lot easier. They are meant for children, though. That probably says more about me than I would like it to. Anyway, yeah, so series of unfortunate events. I actually really liked the movie, even though they kind of like butchered the stories, because it's like you're cramming 3 books into one movie, which is usually the opposite of what you want to do. Usually you would take like a book and spread it out across a few movies. Anyway, yeah, so that was actually one I really, as a one-off, I actually really liked that movie. I thought they did a really good job with it. As far as the actual story goes, they did terrible, but I thought it was a really fun movie. And yeah, I still haven't watched the show though. I hear that the show, they did a lot better job at actually sticking with the story, but I don't know. I haven't actually taken time to watch it. I probably should though, probably should. The Extraordinary Education of Nicholas Benedict, the prequel to the Society books, was the first book I read that got me into reading. Very nice. It's called Spy School. I like it. Yeah, I don't know. When I was younger, I was always waiting for that one book, that book that I was like, this book is going to make me want to read. It's gonna grip me. It's gonna hook me. I'm gonna want to read anything and everything after this. Never happened. Same thing with running. I was always waiting for that runner's high when I was younger. Like I did track and, you know, all these other, all this other stuff in high school. And I was always like, one of these days, I'm going to hit that certain, that distance, and I'm going to get that runner's high, and it's going to be great, and I'm going to love running. Never happened. Never happened. I don't believe it's real. I don't think runner's high is real. I think it is a made up term that people who are crazy, who run for fun, tell themselves just to justify running. That's my theory. That is my theory. Censored my message. Uh-oh, that's not good. What are you trying to say in that message? I feel like the YouTube censoring is way more than the Twitch censoring. I don't know why it censors so much. Spy School has an entire series that I didn't know about. It's one of my favorite books. Wow. Like a whole spin-off? That'd be kind of crazy if they had all of that and you didn't even know. Okay, so we need to make it so the monsters can actually attack you. That is going to be next on the list. So let's come over here. Ooh, I apologize. All right. So where do we need to actually have this happen? I think it's really just if you bust, right? Because like in Blackjack, you can... Okay, so eventually we will make the mini-bosses. Again, the mini-bosses are going to be the ones that are playing actual Blackjack against you, where they will draw 2 cards, but you only see the one card face up, the other one is face down, and then they'll flip that once you stay, and they'll draw up to 17 and or 21, whatever it may be. But with the monsters, it needs to be they draw 2 cards, you see those cards, you know those cards. And so yeah, so I think it just needs to be you will draw to your heart's content. So it's only until the point where you actually bust, because you can attack up until you hit 21. So if you bust, then they attack. Okay, so let's add the functionality into here. So we've got the draw, there we go, draw pile, draw cards. I think there should be, maybe, nope, cards drawn, okay. Oh, it's here at the end, okay. So checks the soft hand, bust, there we go. So new bust, draw damage running total equals 0, player being damaged. So the player HP minus the monster attack. We're going to flash your picture. And then if player's HP is less than 0, death. Player being damaged gets rid of all of this stuff. Hides the cards. Okay. Okay, so at that point, we just need to come into here. Let's actually grab the functionality. Where would that be? The monster animation. Dead monster. No, not dead monster. Hit monster? Yeah, it's in dead monster. No. Is it in the attack? There we go. Okay, yes. We just need that. So over here on the soft hand, player being damaged, and then this moves the cards all right here. So we need to fix all of this eventually. So for now, let us just let's put that there. Let's write a comment. This is going to be clear monster hand and deal again. Okay. And so then basically here, we need to replace all of this. That's the player's being damaged. So if you bust, we then need to clear. We need to clear your hand. How are we going to do that? Let's quad out. Yeah. Let's just copy that. We'll come down here, paste it there, copy that, delete, come down here. That was a weird way to do it, but we're going to do it this way. Copy that, delete all of that. Paste it there, copy all that, delete all that. Paste it here, copy all that, delete all that. Paste it here, copy all that, delete all that. And paste it here, copy all that, delete all that. Paste it here, and last but not least, copy all that and delete all that. All right, and then over here, soft hand. So it flashes the player's image. Player death does all of this fun stuff. You're dead. Player being damaged. Okay, let's paste that. Just need to put all that up there. Let's get rid of all of that. Let's also get rid of all of these. I'm gonna wait, I don't know, 3 frames between each picture. And it waits for that one to finish, erases all the pictures. We can get rid of this easing. Resets a bunch of variables, clears the monster's hand, deals them again. All right, that should be good. So let's do this actually. So let's set this to be 21 again. You actually draw over 21, then you bust. Here we go. Let's come through here, find a monster. Easy enough. So let's see what happens when I bust. Of course, we get a soft hand. Okay. All right. I think I want to go backwards though. So right now it's pulling the bottom card first. Doesn't really make sense. We want to go top card first. Now that I'm realizing it, we need to do a couple things actually. So I didn't really think about this. We need to have an else handler. So basically we need to say if cards drawn. So this is variable 34. So essentially we just need to say, hey, additional branch, the variable 34 cards drawn is equal to 8. Because if it's not, We don't want to move the image. We want to say if you are less than or equal to 8. Yeah. And then we would say less than or equal to 7. No, not less than or equal to. Let's say you've drawn 5 cards, and we're not reducing the amount of cards drawn as it's doing this, because that's just gonna, in bulk, get rid of it all. If you've drawn 5 cards, we don't, okay, all right. What? Ooh, that was, I don't know why it took me that long to get to the bottom and figure out greater than or equal to 7. Greater than or equal to 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. We shouldn't need 2 and 1 because you always draw 2 cards. All right. And let's put those into their corresponding branches, else handlers, and put you in there. Honestly, we shouldn't even need this else handler because you will have at least 2 cards. If you are busting, that means you have a hand, which means you've drawn at least 2 cards. Cool. All right, that should look a lot better. Let's give that a try. Jesse says, back. Welcome back. Glad you're here. Glad you're still alive. Glad you're still with us in the land of living. All right, so let us try busting. Of course, a soft hand. Okay, here we go. Here we go. It's fine. It's, again, we're gonna come through here. Once we get the game done, we're gonna go through with a fine-tooth comb and we are going to beautify the game. So making sure that like all the animations look good, all of that fun stuff. So it doesn't need to look amazing, it just needs to be functional, which at this point, it is now functional. Yeah. So when you bust, you get hurt, your cards go away, you draw new cards, the enemy draws new cards, we're good. Cool. All right. Fantastic. Not bad at all. Axel says, technically, you don't need a hand to do that. Wait, to do what? I've already forgotten what it was that I said. I feel like you're being sarcastic about something, but I actually genuinely don't remember, and I can't put into context what it would have been. That's my bad. All right, so that is you getting damaged. Make monster attack functionality. Perfect. To bust, you need a hand. All right, that's fair. Now I get the context, and I did say those words, didn't I? Gonna go away now. Good times. I'm clipping these, by the way. No! Out of context, that one sounds really bad. In the context of Blackjack, it makes sense, but anything outside of that, not good. Not good sounding at all. Oh well. Oh well. I've said worse. Actually, yeah. I know that I 100% have said worse. Even in context, I have said things that sound worse than that. So, all right. So next we need to make the draw functionality. And this is not you drawing functionality. This is you and the monster drawing the same value, which I believe once didn't we decide? I think we decided it was specifically, whoop, hold up. Whew, that was close. All right. I think specifically it's just blackjacks you can tie, right? Or that we would even bother with it tying. Because anything else, maybe we need to check. All right, let's do this. Google.com. Oh, that's a crazy logo. Freaks going on here. Celebrating World Quantum Day. Well, happy World Quantum Day, everybody. It's good times. When do you tie in blackjack? All right, here we go. Here we go. In blackjack, a tie, also known as a push, occurs when a player's final hand value matches the dealer's final hand value. When a tie happens, neither the player nor the dealer wins, and the player's wagers are returned. How a tie is determined, the player and dealer both play their hands and try to get as close to 1 as possible without going over. If their final hand totals are identical, it's a tie. Okay, yeah, cool. The dealer and another player both have naturals. What? And the best of that player is a standoff. And the player takes back his chips if the... What the freak is happening here? Bicycle cards. Naturals. Okay. If a player's first 2 cards are an ace and a 10, giving a count of 21 in cards, this is a natural or blackjack. If any player has a natural and the dealer does not, the dealer immediately pays that player 1.5 times the amount of their bet. If the dealer has a natural, they immediately collect the bets of all players who do not have naturals, but no additional amount. The dealer and another player both have naturals. The bet of that player is a standoff tie, and the player takes back his chips. Okay, so in the event of a tie, no one does anything. You just redraw. Easy enough. The dealer's face-up card is a 10 card or an ace. They look at their face-down card, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Jesse says naturals are if you both have 21 off the start of a blackjack. That's true. D&D rules, ties goes to the player. Official rules are you tie if you have the same total unless one of them is a natural and one is not. That is true. I was just trying to see if there's, because like, I'm trying to think of all of the potential, right? So let's say, for example, if the dealer if the monster were to draw 20, right? They got 2 10s. I mean, I guess the only option would be, hey, you have to keep drawing. Like, it's keep drawing. Like, you know, are you at 18? Cool. Are you at 20? Well, you have to draw. I made a blackjack simulator and a poker dice one. Oh, well. Well, then you would definitely know better than I probably would, because I have looked at the rules a handful of times, and then you start getting into things like, you know, splitting pairs and doubling down and insurance and all that stuff, and I'm just like, we're not including any of that in this game. Like, not at all. But I'm just trying to think of any of the you know, the random off chance cases of, you know, if the monster or the dealer or the monster has drawn a 20, it's like, you know, what are the options for the player? Like, do they have to, I mean, they have to draw a 21, right? So I'm like, I just want to make sure that there's not going to be that off chance. But yeah, it's basically whatever the dealer, the monster has drawn, you are drawing above that. if the, oh, actually, that's another thing we do need to make sure that we add. I completely forgot to add. If when the monster draws, if they get a 21, it just needs to immediately attack the player. I forgot I do need to do that. Jesse says, though for a combat game like this, I might say go with the player on ties. And that's kind of where I'm maybe going back and forth. I mean, you know, kind of like what Axel said as well, D&D rules, ties goes to the player. We might, just to be a little bit more fair for the player, maybe do it to where, yeah, it's like if you get a 21 and the dealer has and the monster has also gotten a 21, then you still get to attack, you know, that kind of thing. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of doing. So that might be the way that we go. We might do that instead of having it be on a tie. You just have to redraw. I don't know. That's not very much fun. I did kind of think about maybe doing like a coin flip or a dice roll, maybe. But yeah, I think that maybe just on a tie, it goes to the player. Which, if that's the case, that should already be technically working. Because as of right now, I believe... Actually, I don't think I have it set up to where when you get a blackjack, it just goes. I have it set up to detect a blackjack, right? So this is, so if you bust, your damage. Oh wait, it's this one right here, blackjack. If you have a blackjack, blackjack equals 2. Okay. So at that point, what I need to do is I just need to tell it. I think we just need to come on down over here. Come on down over here. We're just going to say, right here at the top, we're just going to say conditional branch. If the switch blackjack. Wait, is it a switch? It's not a switch. No. Yeah, it's not a switch. Just now remembering, it's not a switch, it's a variable. The variable is usually at a 1, but if you get a blackjack, it then is equal to 2, so that it can multiply your damage by 2. That's right. Okay, so if blackjack is equal to 2, then we're going to say, I think we're just gonna jump to here. We're going to call this label Blackjack Auto. Yeah. So if you have a blackjack, then jump to the label Blackjack Auto. And then it should go through all of this and then set blackjack back to 1. Cool. How am I going to test that? Here we go. I'll cheat the system. I'm going to cheat it. So card 1 is going to be a 1. Card 2 is going to be a, I don't know, queen. Okay. That should force a blackjack. Come in here, new game, yada, yada, yada. Next, cool. So we should... Actually, we're going to get stuck in a loop until the monster dies. That should be fine. Attack. Attack. There we go. Cool. All right. That was easy enough. So if you just get a bunch of blackjacks in a row, you're going to be just fine. You're going to be just fine. All right. Oh man, let's see. What have I missed? Let's see. There's no money involved. Having to redraw all the time sucks. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, redrawing, and that's where I was kind of already on the fence about the whole, if you tie, it just gets rid of your decks, or gets rid of your hands. I'm like, I don't, it's not as fun, because we're towing the line between, we want it to be challenging, but we don't want it to be frustrating. And I feel like having to redraw your hand because both you and the monster drew a blackjack, I think it makes more sense to just say, hey, if the player drew a blackjack, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the monster also drew a blackjack. Just give it to the player. Because the chances of both the player and the monster drawing a blackjack at the same time on the same round. Very low. It could happen. Very low. But yeah, I think on the off chance that there's a tie, give it to the player, let the player go. Good to go. All right, cool. So that should be good there. So let's come over here. We're going to say not make draw functionality. We're going to say, I don't know why I called it draw. I literally should have just called it tie. Make tie functionality. Functionality. Okay, there we go. And then in the description, we're going to say, if both draws blackjacks, give the tie to the player. Cool. All right. Yep. There we go. So you can now, when you draw a blackjack, it doesn't matter if the monster also drew a blackjack. Yeah, because I was just thinking about that. I was like, actually, we're just going to test it really quick. Also, that was, I swear that was the spring on my microphone stand. I don't know what it would have sounded like for you, but that definitely sounded like a fart sound to me. And so just want to let you know, I was adjusting my microphone and it made that fart sound. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Wasn't me. Each of these we were both butt naked. Anyone? All right, here we go. So if the player and the monster both get a blackjack, it should just give it to the player. Yes. Yep, there we go. Player and monster both get blackjack. It is the player who wins. All right, so put that back to 1 through 13, 1 through 13. Same thing over here with the player draws. 1 through 13 and 1 through 13. Sweet. Okay. I think that should be all of the basic functionality for the actual combat itself. Yeah, we should have it to be, come in here, you got your cards. Let's see, yeah, 13's correct. So all of this should be functional now at this point. Again, we will be beautifying it, making it look better eventually. Oh, wait. Okay, good. So if you try to attack, it won't let you, flashes your cards. We might eventually change that to where it flashes, I don't know, maybe the bar or something like that, so that that way you know, like, oh, I can't actually attack. But at least it's giving you some kind of feedback. There we go. You're now 16 out of 13, so here we go. Well, bam, bam, bam. Fantastic. That is not true at all. That was, I don't know if you noticed it. My draw power was at 15 and the monster's was at 16. Let's see what happens here. 16, 17. $18, $19. What? Attack. If it's released. If current room monster is greater than 0. So if there is a monster in there. And then if card total value is greater than or equal to monster AC. 35. All right, so what is 35? Variable 35 is our total value, 18. That is correct. Greater than monster AC, 69. Nice. 69 is 12. What? What? Hold up now. Okay, so what is this number then? What is the 19? 19. Where's 19? There's 19. What are you? Variable 82. What is variable 82? Monster total card value. Okay. I don't know why I didn't just use monster AC. I don't know. Maybe I just forgot that monster AC was a thing. I don't know. Okay, so we just need to change that else handler to use 82, not 69. So instead of 69, it is 82. Monster total card value. So long as you are greater than that. Okay, cool. Let's save this and let's get back in here and test that out and see. That was weird. That was a weird bug. I mean, it makes sense. I don't know why I set it up like that though. All right, let's see what we got here from Jesse. I feel like I've missed. Okay, let's see. Because there's no money in having to redraw. Yeah, that sucks. If either side gets 21 off the bat and the other doesn't, they win. If the monster has 20 and you have 18, you have to risk the draw or lose anyway. That's true, exactly. And that's kind of where I was trying to. I was like, you don't really have an option, right? Like you can't just say I'm gonna stay because you would lose. Like you have to draw. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing out on any potential edge cases. So that's why I was kind of like thinking about it for a little bit, because I was like, I don't want to miss out on anything like that. But anyway, yeah. Just says, maybe what you could do is if you have 20 and wait. What you could do is if they have 20 and you have 18, you could take less damage. But if you risk the draw and bust, you'll take full damage. Make it a risk/reward play. I could see that. Or you could go for if both are greater than AC, you hit each other. Could do that, yeah. Little tit for tat going on. We'll see what happens. So I'm trying to think in terms of the UI that we have, because I want to try and avoid needing to redo the UI again, you know? It's like there are definitely like, I'm sure there's some kind of mechanic we could do to where like we give the option for like the player to just be like, you know what, I'm gonna just take the half damage and give me a new hand because this is not great. I just don't know how we would do something like that. I'm sure we could figure it out. And I do like that idea. Like, you do not need to apologize for spitballing. I think that does sound fun. I'm just trying to figure out how I would implement it. Yeah. I'm gonna sit on that. I'm gonna sit on that and see what we can figure out. But I do like that idea. I think that would be a good time. All right, so if we try and attack on a 10-13, doesn't work. We try and attack on a 14-13. Yeah, that makes sense. We can attack. Cool. Hey, then we got a 21. That kind of ruined the whole testing thing, but 21s are always fun to see, and it was nice that it auto-attacked. Yeah, implementing it in RPG Maker is a different beast. It is a little bit of a different beast. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say I need to think about how I would implement it. What I should say is I need to think about how I would, or okay, I am going to say I need to think about how I'm going to implement it, but the full phrase would be I need to think about how I'm going to implement it into the UI. Just because I'm now trying to avoid having buttons in this area when you're fighting. So like a button to like, you know, say something like, I'm trying to think of what word we would use, but basically to say like, hey, give me half damage. So like redraw or something like that. Trying to avoid having buttons like that, but I would also need a way to communicate to the player, hey, if you do this thing, it will allow you to not have to take the full damage. So that's more of what I was thinking was I would need to think on it for a while on how to implement something like that, is to actually implement it into the UI to make it look and feel good. But yeah, so because yeah, as far as like implementing it in RPG Maker, it should just be, I mean, yeah, it literally would just be like whatever the trigger would be. So whether it's I'm clicking on a button, clicking, you know, dragging the cards to a certain area or something like that, that would be like the trigger. And then it would basically just say, deal this damage in half. I don't know. It definitely would be possible. But again, yeah, just implementing into the UI, just trying to figure out how I would do that. So definitely going to be in the back of my mind thinking about that. But yeah, so let's attack. We got 1220. Yeah, so something like that. I'm like, ooh, that's about as close as you can get. Oh, man. What? 21? Okay, oh, that brings up a good point. I need to make it so that the monster auto attacks if they get 21. So, there we go. It's, look at that. Playtesting always brings something up. Something will always come up. The 7th. Welcome. Glad you're here. Also, I didn't say the 7th this time, even though that's what I've said for the past, every time, it seems like. Pop-up icons could be a way to save space and communicate info like shield icon, sword icon, fire, etc. That is a good way to go. We could do something like that. I don't know. Yeah, and like they could probably fit somewhere here. I do like that plan though. Having, yeah, just little icons instead of like full-on buttons could be a good way to save some space. I do need to, there probably will be a need for some buttons somewhere down here eventually, because I am kind of thinking about, and maybe it doesn't necessarily have to be here. I don't know. I'm thinking about maybe implementing some kind of like auto attack feature. It's like for anyone who just doesn't care to play Blackjack, which a part of me is kind of like, if you don't want to play Blackjack, why are you playing a roguelike dungeon crawler with Blackjack mechanics? But anyway, that is neither here nor there. I am kind of thinking about, and so like the auto button would probably be somewhere in here, maybe. So there may be eventually buttons that I need to cram in anyway. And so I would just find somewhere to put that in there. So yeah, it'd be a good way to go. All right. So we need to make it so the monster auto attacks on Blackjack. Monster auto attack on Blackjack. So we're basically taking this functionality of the player's auto attack, but then reversing it. So in here, when you bust, what do we got here? What have we got here? I think what we can do is just say player being, so this is, okay, so player death, bust. So it flashes the player. So I basically just need this section here. Okay, all right. So let's just say starting here, we're gonna say label monster Blackjack. And then if monster Blackjack is on, then jump to label monster Blackjack. And down here for monster Blackjack, as soon as it does that, then control switches turn off monster Blackjack. Cool. So at this point, all we should need to do is if we come over here and we grab this self-switch script, and we just need to say on 9/6. So the monster draws their cards, do all of this, and then if monster total card value is equal to 21, all we're gonna do is just say script call, turn on 9/6 to true. We also need to control switches turn on monster Blackjack. Cool. All right. Well, Who wants to have a bad time? I'm down for a bad time. You down for a bad time? I'm down for a bad time. Let's come over here. We're going to set all of these to 1s and 13s, so the monster will always get a blackjack. This is basically going to make it so that we die fairly quickly. Let's see what happens. All right, here we go. Here we go. Gotta give us a trap before we hit the monster. Okay, well. I did die, that is true. I did die. Okay. I think what we're gonna do, when you draw a blackjack, just wait for like 30 frames. We don't need anything crazy, just a little bit of a wait. Let the player realize what has happened, and then attack them. Hold up. When you draw a card, it adds to variable 34. Variable 34 is at 0. Why is it not drawing the cards anymore? It was still drawing the cards before I added this weight, right? Yeah. Why was it not drawing cards when I have a 30 frame wait? That makes no sense at all. Wait for 30 frames. Turn on Monster Blackjack. Okay. So turns on Monster Blackjack, comes down here. Gets rid of the cards, erases them, resets variables. Okay, what is happening with RPG Maker right now? I can't scroll. Like, I'm using my scroll wheel and I can't scroll up and down. Control X is not cutting things anymore. What the freak is happening? All right, I'm gonna close that. I hope it's an RPG Maker thing and not a Windows thing. Okay, the scroll wheel is working again. And the cut is working. Okay, so something weird went on with RPG Maker right there. Maybe that was the issue? Maybe RPG Maker was just freaking out for a second here. I don't know. Let's see. That is so bizarre. I don't understand why me adding a little bit of wait time makes it so that it doesn't draw the cards anymore. Is it just not turning on the switch draw cards anymore? Like, is that actually the problem? Is it the switch? Draw cards is just not turning on? But what would be turning on draw cards? got this. This draws all the cards like this. Goes through all of this, turns on Blackjack. Over here, bust, player death, player being damaged, goes through all of this, turns off A and B, turns 9-12 to true. What? I don't understand. I do not get why. Okay, so switch 6. Draw cards is off. Off, 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 off. Still off. Nothing. But over here, actually, okay. Huh. Steven says, is there a condition on you drawing based on monster deck? I'm assuming you're meaning the bug that's happening right now. There is a switch that has to be turned on. So this event right here is usually triggered through player action, right? So if the player clicks on the deck of cards, it will turn on a switch. So up over here, so for the draw pile right here. So if you click on the deck, it turns on switch draw cards, which draw cards will then come in here and it'll draw the cards based on how many cards you've currently drawn. So for some reason, I don't know why it's not turning that back on. It should be, but we're gonna come down here. This is the Blackjack, so it damages the player. Draw cards is greater than 3, so then this gets rid of the rest of the cards, resets variables, play the monster hand, and deal again. So I think what we need to do, and I guess I assume that this would just work, but I guess not. We're gonna do switches, turn on, draw cards. Yes, I think that's all we should need to do. I don't know why I assumed that switch would just get turned back on. Something else was turning it back on. But there we go. Now it's drawing the cards, gives a little bit of a wait, lets you see the player has 21, you don't, you get hit, you get hit, you get hit, and finally you get hit. All right, there we go. So that all seems to be working correctly. So let's come over. Actually, yeah, I was in here. You are 1 through 13. You are 1 through 13. Go. Awesome. Come over here. New game. Yes, yes, yes. Cool. Yeah. So the monster will now auto attack based on if they're at 21. See, there we go. Auto attacked, and then I auto attack. A blackjack for a blackjack. That was beautiful. That was poetic. Mwah. Chef's kiss right there. It's like, hey, you're gonna hit me with a blackjack? I'm gonna hit you with a blackjack. I'm gonna hit you with a speech impediment. Now you hit me with a speech impediment. All right, cool. There we go. So that is the monster auto attacking on Blackjack. Now, was that everything? I feel like every time I'm like, all right, I think we're done with the combat system. There's always one more thing that I'm like, wait. But I think that should be everything. Let's go through a checklist. The cards auto draw. As soon as you come into combat, you get your 2 cards. The monster gets their 2 cards. If you are not high enough combat power versus theirs, you have to draw. If you draw and you... Ooh, did I take this into account? Okay, if you're tied, it should give it to the player. which it does. Good. Okay, yes. So if you tie, so if you are both 19 to 19 or 20 to 20, you can then attack. So, all right, we're good there. We are good there. But if you're lower than that, you can't attack. If you bust, the monster attacks you. You both redraw. If you bust again, you both redraw. Cool. Again, not everything looks great. Some of it just kind of just like disappears and then reappears. But again, we will be going through with a fine-tooth comb eventually to make it all look better. But so draw again. Okay, busted. 15 to 16. Shouldn't be able to attack, but if I come in here because I have a soft hand, ooh, double soft hand. But here we go. We're tied. 16-16. I can attack because I have the advantage as the player. There we go. Cool. I think the last thing then at this point is I need to get it so that the HUD goes behind the image. So let's take care of that really quick. Steven says, technically it looks solid. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's coming along. It's a work in progress. That is for sure. Yeah, from a technical standpoint, it is working. You can now fight the monsters with Blackjack. And yeah, that is all technically working. There are still things we need to clean up, beautify, all that fun stuff. So again, like we were saying, this whole tug of war combat power bar doesn't look great. It's serviceable, but it doesn't look great. Same thing with the HP, you know, trying to figure out something here to make it look less janky right here. Same thing with the player's HP. We'll get there. We will get there eventually. As far as the dragging and dropping the cards, I'm trying to decide if that's going to be worth it at all or not. I think we're just going to stick with what we've got right now. Yeah. We'll just make it so that you can, what was I going to say? I don't remember. We're going to stick with so you can do something. Combat bars? Numbers? Oh, the dragging, the dropping, the cards. Yes, we're just going to leave it so that you just click on them for now. Maybe eventually I'll make it so that you can click and drag the cards and you can drag them up and release them on the monster and all that fun stuff. For now, we're just going to leave it like this. Okay, so now I'm now thinking about how much. Actually, it shouldn't be that much. Yeah, let's get it so you can get the cards above the bars. Let's do that really quick. It should actually be a pretty quick process. Should be. But it should actually be a quick process this time. Not just me saying it should and it actually being. So if we come over here, I don't know why I said come. If we come over here. Okay, so that is the new UI. That's the old one. We shifted it up. So there's more room down on the bottom. Good enough. What we're going to do is we're going to grab Dungeon UI, come over here into Photoshop. And then basically we just need to select all of this darker stuff. Actually, we basically need to grab everything from the insides out. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Well, actually, I think we just need to get rid of all of the all of like the black back stuff. That. I think that should be everything that we need to do. Pretty sure. The Steven says should be a quick thing to do. The amount of times I've been wrong on that. Oh, that is 100% accurate. I do that way too often where I'm like, this will be a quick fix. This will be a quick thing. Never is. Never, ever is. Okay. So then at this point we should just need to grab that and then select inverse and then get rid of everything that isn't this darker stuff. And then with this, we're going to come out of pictures and go to parallax. We're going to call this one Dungeon UI. So basically what we're gonna do here, the way we're gonna do this is we're gonna come over here, come to the tomb. We're going to edit the tomb, image, parallax, dungeon UI. There we go. Show an editor, fantastic. And then when we come in here, new game, save file 1, yes, next, here we go. It should look the exact same as it did before. You look at this and you're like, oh yeah, that's what it is. That's how it looks, right? But what we can do now is over here, there should be a switch called, let's see, persistent data, disable, full input, mouse coordinates, or swap pick ID, pictures above. This is the one. Yes, CTB, pictures above. Example, add pictures above, map ID. Okay. I'm gonna have to see if I can remember how to use this script. It's, I'm absolutely thrilled that this guy made this script. I think I was mentioning earlier on the stream, I was having issues with trying to show images below the HUD, and everyone was just like, no, it's not possible. You can't do it. And this guy just like turned around and was like, here you go. This wrote a whole script for you. I believe. So you got map ID. And then game screen dot revert picture placement. So to show the pictures above the HUD, I will use this. And then when we want to revert it, I'll use that script call. So I think if we do this, if we come into this one, when we go to attack, we're going to do script call, game screen, add pictures above map HUD. So we're showing these pictures above the map HUD, which the map HUD is the ID given to the HUD maker plugin, as far as I understand it. We'll see if that's actually the case. So we do that. And then let's come back over here, do pictures above, and we will grab game screen, revert, picture, placement, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so then you attack, it shows that behind, and then down here at the bottom, when it is finishing things up, turn off attacking, set Blackjack back to 1, and then we'll just script call, there we go. Okay. Now with any luck, because that's how I do things, that is how I code, is purely luck. Come over here, go, and then if I click here, because I should be able to because I've got player advantage, the pictures should now show above here. Let's see. Okay, well, they definitely showed above. What? Crap. What is happening here? Okay, are you actually showing though? Okay, yeah, you are showing. Oh. Dang it! All right, I know what's going on. I see what's happening here. In the words of Maui, I see what's happening here. So this right here, this little bar thing, this is an image. That's an image. And we just told the game, hey, place images above the HUD elements. Yeah, see, right here. This is what it's showing. The card decks. That is what we've got here. Bugger. So what are our options? we could show this as part of the parallax. So basically we would come in here and we would say you starting at the center point, then moving up to the topmost point. And then if we move you down here, 414. Okay. Down. 414. Okay, that's where that would be. Let's merge down. This is going to be Dungeon UI in Parallax. Battle. And then over here in Photoshop, let's cut out the top 98 pixels. Canvas size, height minus 98. We're going to move it down. Go. I'm gonna have to reposition these now. Crap. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's all right. It's gonna be all right. I promise. Promise, Mr. Ferodo. It's going to be great. So let's come back over here to Photoshop, to RPG Maker really quick. And we're gonna say when you enter the battle area. So this shows card decks. So this is where we need to actually change the Y coordinate of this image. Just showing centered. 608. Okay, that was easy enough. And then let's also change the parallax background from UI to UI battle, so it actually has those bars. Awesome. Okay. And then let's come over here and say the attacks. Okay, if dead monster is on, erase. Oh, if dead monster is off. Is there an else handler here? No. It's not. So is dead monster the one that is handling hit monster, dead monster, add to slay monster quest, item drop, takes care of all of this, erases all those pictures. Okay, so this is the one where we will then say change the parallax back from that to that. Okay. I think. Oh, we also need to do this. When you try to leave, so it does the saving throw. Okay. Right there. Delete player / monster hands. Let's also change that from UI to just regular dungeon UI. From the battle UI to dungeon UI. All right, let's give that a try. New game, save file, yes, next, cool. Okay, so we're here. We try and attack, we can't do anything there. Ugh. Wow, that was way too fast to even realize what just happened. Okay, I'm like 99% sure that showed above the HUD there. Let's take another look and just see. Whew, okay, those cards are flying. All right, here we go. It should go over the HUD now. Fantastic, it does. Great, awesome, incredible. So at this point, we just need to fix these health bars now. How are we gonna do that? Are these... excuse me. Are these actual images, though? I thought these were just part of the HUD. That's what I thought. Let's hide everything that's not needed. Image gauge, image gauge, image gauge. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see what happens. It is an image. Okay, what's actually showing those images? Also, why am I showing images? It's they have their own back. Oh, yeah, look at that. They're there on this image. All right. Well then, come back over here. That's the parallax. So if we grab the dungeon UI then, come in here. Okay, well, we need to close that. We grab the dungeon UI, bring it over here. Okay, yep, there we go. There we go. That would do it. That would do it. All right, let's grab that and delete. Save. Safe. New game. Yes, 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 yes. All right, so we got the health, the XP bars, find a monster. There we go. All right, and then if we attack, those hopefully shouldn't disappear. Whoops. If we attack, those hopefully shouldn't disappear. They didn't. Good. And same thing goes over the bars. That looks way better. That looks so much better than going below the bars. For you. Okay, that took a little bit to get working just right. But I would say it was well worth it. I would say that was worth it. There was something that just happened that I'm like, oh, I need to fix that. And now I don't remember what it was. Oh well, I'm sure it'll come to me. It'll happen eventually. All right, so coming back over here, we now have the attack cards show over enemy HUD bars. Yeah. There we go. Okay, I think, and I know that I've said this a few times before, I think that should be it for the combat system. Aside from the beautifying it, making it look better, function slightly better, I think that should be about good. Yeah, you got your cards, you can draw them, yada yada yada. You can attack with them. Cards show over this HUD element. Player gets the tie advantage. Yeah, I think we're good. Think we are good. Okay, well, that opens up a whole new can of worms. Ugh. Can of worms being, what do we do next? What is next on the docket? Ooh, feels kind of weird to be back in this position. Like I feel like there's just so much to do, and when we get into the weeds of so many things, it's weird to then be out of the weeds, where you're like, oh, that's done. That project is done. The making the cards work better again project, done, finished. It's not perfect, but on the technical level, it works. So that's what we're going for. Out of the weed and into the garden. Exactly. Axel is 100% correct. Out of the weed. Gotta head out to the garden. Get some more. All right, well, so I do not remember a single thing about this thing here. Oh, hey, it's a good thing I added some notes. Well, there we go. Wisdom will determine your max magic damage. So if your wisdom is at a 2, regardless of what dice you have in your spell slots, the max damage of those spells will be 2. Or wisdom unlocks the spell slot extra dice slots. 10 wisdom unlocks 2 slots, 20 wisdom unlocks. All right. So if I'm reading my own notes correctly, that would mean we would have vitality, dexterity, wisdom, and luck. Yeah, I think that'd be all right. That sounds about good. I do feel like only having 3 stats is a little, it's a little low. I feel like 4 stats would be good. Feel like it, yeah, that should be good. That should be good. All right, so let's do that. Let's come over here. We're going to, just because we have so many freaking layers in this thing, honestly, selecting auto select and then just hovering over something and then letting Photoshop find it for me, so much better, so much easier. Okay, so V, D, do M. Wait, not M, W. I guess WIS, that would be the acronym for wisdom. Yeah, that sounds about right. Now if we're gonna have 4, let's spread this out just a little bit more. So U to U. Luck is going to be U to U. Dexterity will put you there, maybe 10. And then wisdom, 1. 10. How much room do we have between these? 36. Well, what would that be? 18? No. No. So we need to have them all be equal. So we've got 36, 46, 56. So what that be? So that's 56 divided by 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes. So 18 and a half. Cool. That's what I always like to see. Wisdom. Okay, so we now have 18, 20, and 18. Okay. Well, here's what we could do. We could do vitality and dexterity, move in 1. Wisdom and luck, move in 1. Gets the job done. Now the real question is, where on earth are these being shown? Dialogue? Yeah. Dungeon UI. That is where it's being shown. So if we pull this up, we already have it up. Cool, cool. Let's grab all of that here. Makes it really hard to do any work without being able to see anything. Ugh. There we go. That's easier. Ones. Vitality, dexterity, wisdom, and luck. That should be good. Then we do, let's get rid of that. Save that. We come over here. Nope, come over here. Start, new game, save file 1. Yes, yes, yes. Alright, so it's a little bit janky right there, but we're gonna get that fixed. Oh, that would do it. I just realized I need to fix one thing really quick. I know it's probably like almost impossible to see, but I need to fix the parallax image because it's showing the incorrect stuff now. So to do that, we need to come over here, go to parallax, grab the dungeon UI. Oh, we need dungeon UI and dungeon UI battle. That's all right. Figure it out. So yeah, as you can see here, they have cutouts for these. Wait a minute. Wait, I didn't notice those disappear though, so I think whatever way that I did it, we should be fine. Okay, yeah, your stats stay. Cool. So why do I have these cut out at all? That makes no sense. All right, we're just gonna fill those in. Save. Same thing with dungeon UI battle. Go. Fill these in. Yeah, these shouldn't need to be cut out at all. Okay, come back in here, new game, yes, next, cool. All right, there we go. Now, next up, let's actually get the HUD elements working correctly. So we've got vitality, not to be confused with fatality. Making sure that I get all this spot. Okay, that should be correct. Awesome. And then we do the 20. Let's see, you would be... We're gonna say that minus 20. There we go. Now I can actually see what my centered number should be. Okay. Now this one is variable 54. Just gonna really quickly adjust some things here. So 54, player luck. So we've got vitality, dexterity, luck. Was I thinking about replacing? Was I going to replace luck with wisdom? I don't see anything here for what I would have said for that. Wisdom will determine your max magic damage, so if your wisdom is a 2, okay. But was I getting rid of luck? That is the question that I don't know the answer to. I don't know where my mind was going when I was thinking about introducing wisdom. I know that luck has been on the chopping block. Okay. Yeah, I think I meant to replace luck with wisdom. So it's vitality, dexterity, and wisdom, not luck. So we've got two options though. Because here's the thing, for me anyway, with luck, I'm like, I wouldn't mind having the luck stat just because Axel says luck increases the chance to get higher level dice from the drops. Exactly, yeah, and that's where I'm like, having, you know, the luck would be, yeah, you get, the higher your luck is, the higher your chance is for getting higher level dice. The higher your luck is, the better chance you have for drawing better cards. Yeah, it's luck. Like, you know, the higher it is, the luckier you'll be in the dungeon. Like, you have a higher chance of drawing better cards while you're doing blackjack. You'll have a higher chance of finding better items. It's like, I almost want to keep that stat. I feel like that could be a fun one to spec into. And what is a game if it's not fun? It's a chore. And we don't want to make a chore, we want to make a game. So, I think we're going to keep the luck. We got vitality, dexterity, luck. Monster animation frame, well, we definitely need to keep that one. So where are we going to put player wisdom? Right here, I guess. Player whiz. There we go. It's the player whiz. 84. Okay. Delete that. All right. So the player wisdom is 84. Axel says I'd call it intelligence though, not wisdom. Intelligence does not equal wisdom unless you're casting spells. That's a good point. Although, well, we already have, oh wait, we don't have intelligence already. Yeah, we've got vitality, dexterity, and then intelligence. Well, unless you're casting spells. And that is, so the wisdom is going to be related to casting spells. Yeah, because basically the idea is the wisdom will determine your max magic damage. So if your wisdom's at a 2, regardless of what your dice say, then yeah. So basically you level up your wisdom to allow yourself to be able to deal more magical damage. Or the other option I was thinking was, as you level up your wisdom, it unlocks the extra dice slots when you're building out your spell book. Well, for anyone that remembers the spell book, I know it's been a while since we've seen the safe room. So if we come over here really quick, as long as it's all functional still. So we come into here to the spell book. So basically this is the rough, very rough idea of the spell book, which is basically, you know, as you add dice to these 3 slots, it is either going to create new spells and or just going to level up your spells. So the idea is the wisdom will be determining either how much your max damage is. So if your wisdom is only at a 4, but you know, if I come over here, yada. So let's say, for example, we'll say that my wisdom is currently at a 3, right? And so if I were to put a 3 dice into here, this would not be able to be a 4 because my wisdom is only at a 3. And so you would have to increase that. So, I don't know. Wisdom would technically be meta intelligence, as you'd have the wisdom to not hit on 20 for the 5th time in a row. Fair. I actually forgot about the spells. It's been that long. I know it has been so long since we actually looked at the spell book. There's been so many other things we've been focused on. But yeah, so the wisdom actually. I'm thinking. So we're gonna have vitality, dexterity, intelligence / wisdom, one of those, and luck. Do we have those correlate with the different spell slots? And so like with your vitality, if your vitality is only at a 1, your pyro can only be, or maybe like vitality would correlate with hydro. Dexterity would correlate with geo. I don't know, luck with pyro and intelligence with necro, something like that. So like you would want to be focusing on upgrading your skills, so that way it would up the limit for your spells as well. I don't know, maybe. So anyway, that's why I was kind of thinking we would do wisdom instead of intelligence, because it is more magic related. So I think we're gonna go with that. I don't know, unless I am completely wrong still. Vitality Geo, Dexterity Pyro, Wisdom Water, and Luck Necro. Do that, something like that as well. Yeah, that way you have a stat point related to your spell points as well. I don't know. I don't want it to get so tedious having to keep all of one thing upgraded, like, you know, like, I don't know. I'm trying to decide if it'll be too tedious or if it would actually be engaging to, you know, have it to the point where, you know, if say, for example, like you were saying, if vitality is linked to your geo, if your vitality is only equal to 1, even if I put this 3 here, this wouldn't actually be doing 4 damage because I'm only at a 1. I don't know if I'd want to get that granular, because that just kind of seems like it'd be frustrating. Like, less so, especially because if you only had... Well, yeah, because, like, you know, you could level up your geo damage a lot by adding in another spell dice. And so that would suck to be able to be like, oh yeah, like I'm making a ton of progress, you know, leveling up this spell, but then it's like, oh well, but my, you know, my vitality is only at a 3, and so it's only doing 3 damage. So yeah, make the modifiers not caps. We could do that as well, yeah. Every 5 levels, you get +1 to that spell. That could be also a good way to go about it. Yeah, either... Well, so here's what I'm thinking we could do. You know how I was talking about maybe, and I think Jesse kind of brought this up originally, a month or 2 ago, and that was these extra dice slots on your spells. Those would be locked behind leveling something up. You know, whether it was you had to level up your baseline of your pyro spell before you could then add into a secondary spell. And so maybe what we could do is not necessarily as you're like, you would have to upgrade your pyro spell, you know, to be able to unlock those, but maybe you would have to hit a certain amount of vitality, you know. So maybe once you hit 5 vitality, you get a permanent +1 to your vitality. So regardless of how many dice you have in there, you would get a permanent +1. And then maybe once you hit 10 vitality, then you unlock the next dice. And then so on and so forth. You know, you hit 15, you get another +1. You hit 20, you unlock the 3rd slot. And then after that, you would basically have mastered that perk, that that stat point. That's the word I'm looking for. You've mastered that stat point at level 20. You can still upgrade, but all it does at that point is it just increases. It gives you a +1 every 5 or something like that. So on top of also increasing, like, obviously, you know, your vitality is increasing, your player's HP, your dexterity is making it so you can make your save throws better. I don't know exactly what wisdom would do now at this point. We can figure that out. And then, of course, luck, just making you more lucky in the dungeon. So anyway, Jesse says, I have no idea if that was my idea or not. But if so, well done, Jesse. Exactly. Well done, Jesse. I'm pretty sure it was you, Jesse. Maybe it was... No, I'm like 99% sure. Anyway, I don't know. I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday, so maybe I don't remember very clearly about what happened 2 months ago. But yeah, anyway. Wisdom can give you discounts in shops. Ooh. I do like that. That would be a good time. Get some discounts in the shops. Not bad. Not a bad idea. That would actually be really cool. All right, maybe we'll do that. Yeah, wisdom can give you some discounts in the shops. Be a good time. All right, so I think we are solid on saying we're gonna have the 4 stats: vitality, dexterity, wisdom, and luck. Cool. All right. Oh, that was another thing that luck could potentially alter, and that is the quests, giving you better quests if you're more lucky, getting either better quests or better rewards for the quests. Was another idea that I had potentially. Okay, so let's come over here. We need to finish setting all of this up. Haggling for discounts, of course. Absolutely, yes. Yeah, the more wisdom you got, the more haggle you got. All right, so we've got vitality, dexterity, and then wisdom. That's right. What variable did we go off of for that? It was like 80 something? 84. Nope, that's oh yeah, player wisdom. Player whiz. That's what it was. 84, player whiz. All right, so let's come over here. We just need to create a new thing. We've got the 1, 0, 1. Okay, so let's just clone that, and this is going to be variable 84. Refresh. That is currently at a 0. Right. Try to get a pixel perfect. 3, 4. All right. And then we grab this. No longer say -20. So our dexterity is at 20. Cool. Oh, that's right. And then we need to adjust luck. All right. Move that down. There we go. We've got our stats back. Awesome. And let's come over here to the main menu. I believe, yes, we've got vitality, dexterity, luck, and then let's also set wisdom to equal 1. Cool. Again, we don't really have anything necessarily tapped into those stats. I mean, dexterity is like the only one that's... Okay, dexterity and vitality are technically working. Yeah, dexterity, that will affect your dexterity saving throw. So if I try to run from this guy, bammity bam. Go. Right away. Awesome. Cool. And the vitality, obviously, you know, if you upgrade your vitality, it, I believe, also is set up to actually increase your max HP. Someone just need to eventually get wisdom actually working. You know, it's once we get the shops up and going. And then luck is another one that I don't want to really build out luck until I am more set on exactly what it's going to affect. So anyway, yeah, we'll get there eventually. Okay, so that is good for that, I think. That was my bad. I had a good hand and then I broke it. Man. Okay, there we go. Ooh, well, I do kind of want to add in like a foolproof, because I'm sure you just noticed right there. If you were watching, you watching? I hope so. If you were watching right then and there, you would have seen I drew 21, but it didn't auto do anything because technically you only get a blackjack on the first hand, right? So the first two cards that the dealer hands you, if it is not a 21 on that one, then you don't technically ever get a blackjack. You have to wait until the next one. You know, your third card can't get you to 21 and have it be a blackjack. Your fourth card cannot get you to 21 and have it be a blackjack. Blackjack is your first two cards equal 21. That's all. That's the only one. But if you've drawn 21, that's the highest you're going to want to go anyway. So I think what we're going to do is I want to add a like a foolproof system of if you are ever at 21. It's like right now, if I were to draw another 2 and be 21, which that didn't happen, you know, whatever the case may be, if I eventually draw 221, even though it's not a blackjack, I think I'm going to have it auto attack. either auto attack or maybe just make it so it doesn't, maybe just make it so you can't draw anymore. Maybe we're gonna do that. Let's do that actually. All right, let's come over here to the tomb and we're gonna make it so you cannot draw if you are at 21. That's what we're gonna do. We're at 21, you cannot draw. Let's see over here. Devious Oatmeal says, I think better quests that deal with a particular stat, the higher it is. High vitality means more and better vitality related quests, but low luck is less luck quests. We could do something like that. I still don't know how we're going to actually do our quest system officially. So again, for anyone who's been here for a while and can remember, 2 months back, we do have our quest system technically in the game. But they're all just very, very generic quests, So, gain 50 experience from combat, disarm 2 traps, explore 40 rooms in the tomb, slay 20 monsters in the tomb. These are quests that it randomly picks them from a database of quests. And, you click to accept them. It adds them to your little quest tracker. You can accept up to 3 quests at a time. You're good to go. Since we are going to be changing the whole out of the tomb experience, this is going to change a bit. We'll probably build on the same framework, but this is going to change. And so eventually we're going to figure out better quests, better ways to do it. So yeah, so we probably will eventually figure something like that out. Devious Oatmeal. But I do kind of like that. Yeah, the higher vitality is, the better, the more you'll get those types of quests. Jesse says, gotta run. Good hanging out. Thank you so much for being here, Jesse. I appreciate it. Good luck with the beginning of your week, and we will see you on Tuesday. Hopefully we'll see you on Tuesday. Also, Devious Oatmeal says, I said that 2 days ago. Wait, what'd you say? Oh no. Am I subconsciously stealing your ideas? I hope not. I hope I am not. Let's see here. With your powers combined, we can probably do something. Luck could determine quest rewards. Wait, what? What are you talking about? The above message was posted 2 days ago. What? The whole, I'd think better quests that deal with a particular stat, the higher it is. High vitality means more and better vitality related quests, but low luck is less luck quests. You posted that 2 days ago? Big D, we've been over this before. Jokes go like this for me. Oh, they go over my head way too easily. Can't do stuff like this to me. I'm over here just like, what is happening with my Twitch? How did you post something 2 days ago and it just showed up now? I was like, something bad is happening. Something really bad is happening. Well, I'm glad that it was just a joke. Oh my gosh. I need to do better at those. I need to do better at those. It was a good one. That was a good one. I think he's making fun of you for not reading chat. I know he is. And I need to do better at that. Twitch chat, I'm sorry. He needs a hard reset. I think everyone here needs a hard reset. All right, so, cool. Well, I think that's about all we can do with the wisdom stat. I mean, it's there. It's assigned to a variable. Eventually we can do things with that variable. But I think for now, should be fine. Should be fine. Yeah. All right, cool. Well, it's another one we can tick off the box. So I'm kind of leaning more toward I kind of don't like either of these. Wisdom will determine your max magic damage. Nope. Wisdom unlocks the spell slots, extra dice slot. Nope. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say, every X amount of levels unlock a permanent. What? No. How can I not spell permanent? I'm not even gonna look at spell check now. Okay, here we go. Permanent. Okay, there we go. Woof. Oh my good freaking heavens. I have never struggled so much to spell permanent before in my life. Every X amount of levels and why number? Screw you, grammar. We're going with amount. Every X amount of levels unlock a permanent. Oh man, yeah, that took way too long. That took way too long to spell permanent. I mean, it is past midnight now, and I'm an old man, so it makes sense that I cannot spell past midnight. Every X amount of levels unlock a permanent +1 to a spell slot. I'm still not sure if we're actually going to do this, but could say something like, and we're actually gonna come over here. Vitality, Geo, Dexterity, Pyro, Wisdom, Water, and Luck, Necro. I'm just gonna save that, so just in case, Axel, we can actually use that. So, a +1 to a spell slot. And then every, I don't know, 10 levels unlock the new dice slot. And then also at level 20, the stat is mastered, and just every X levels add a +1 to the correlating it's 2 R's, right? Correlating spell. Nope. 2 L's. All right, just tell me. Of course. Spell slot. Okay, something like that. Just to keep in mind what that could potentially mean. All right. Add the wisdom stat. I would say is probably this. There we go. There we go. Permagenant. Permagrante. Remind me of the video of people misspelling pregnant. The like Yahoo answers. Am I pregnant? Help. I think I am pregnant. Times were so simple back then. I miss simpler times. Those are the good days. Pregnant. Exactly. Holy crap, I almost spilled my water all over myself. That would have been embarrassing. Moonman, please play the video. Wait, which one? That one? The pregnant video? I feel like it's gonna... I feel like that'd be like mocking my spelling abilities. Or, I don't even know if I should say I have spelling abilities. I have spelling disabilities. I can't spell. I'm horrible at it. So terrible at spelling. Yeah, there we go. The opposite of having spelling abilities is having spelling disabilities. And that's where I'm at. I'll accept it. Spelling disabilities is insane. It's what I got, though. It is what I've got. All right. Cool. Well, where does that put us then? Where does that put us then? We need to make the exit spawn in only in rooms with no forward potential. That one I'm still also on the fence about. Again, once again, I am on the fence about that. We may I'm kind of almost thinking now, instead of doing the whole stairs, we do like a hole in the floor. Maybe. We will see. Robbie, welcome back. How you been? I feel like it's been a week or so. Hope things are going well for you. Dang, I'm late. A little bit, just a little bit late. That's okay. It's all right. We still got some time left. We still got like 20 minutes. So you are here with plenty of time to spare. We're just making progress. We finally got the combat system working basically completely tonight. So, you know, come in here. I'll just give you a little bit of a look-see, a little bit of a tour. Come in here. Oh, well, there we go. There's the exit. So yeah, on this topic, really quick. I like the stairs. The stairs are fun. I'm really happy with how the design turned out. But I am kind of thinking about maybe like doing a hole in the floor, or making it so that if you come into a room where there is just a wall, it has a chance of spawning an exit. But I don't know. I think that what we're going to do is do like a hole in the floor kind of thing. So it's like you can proceed, but you're not coming back, right? Because that's the biggest thing right now, is that I'm not storing the generative data that I'm using to like create these dungeon layouts. I'm not saving that anywhere. So as soon as you move to the next floor, it's gone. Like that floor layout, you will never see that again. That spawned once and it'll never spawn again. And the thing is, like, I'm not using seeds or anything like that to spawn it, and so I can't respawn the same dungeon again. So I'm trying to think of the best way in lore to make it so that when you leave that floor, you are gone from that floor. You're not coming back. So that's kind of where we're at. Anyway, are you still working on that Game Jam game? No. Yeah. So we are done with that. I'm not working on it on stream anymore. It's basically done. Like there's like a tiny little bit that I need to finish, and then I will be posting the hopefully a playable version of it in Discord, in our Discord server. The hope and goal is tomorrow. I'm hoping to spend a little bit of my lunch break on it, trying to get that finished up and working finally. We'll see. So yeah, we are done with it on stream, but it's almost, I still have just a little bit more that I need to do on the back end, and then I will be posting a link to it. So hopefully it'll be playable sooner rather than later. Devious Oatmeal says shifting labyrinth. Yes, it is shifting. It shifts to either keep the one in or to keep others out. Actually, well, I'm glad that you mentioned that, Devious Oatmeal. I'm guessing, I don't know, maybe you weren't here when I was kind of talking about the new updated story that we've got. So if everyone's feeling inclined, actually let's do this really quick. I'm gonna show Robbie the combat system that we got working tonight, and then we can kind of talk about the actual lore behind the tomb. So anyways, yeah, so we got the cards, they draw, the monster also draws their cards as well. We've got like a little tug of war combat power thing here. So basically the idea is it's blackjack. So you don't want to draw over 21, but you need to draw more than the enemy is drawing. So if you haven't, you can't attack, but if you do, so then I said we got 19 out of 17, so then I attack. There we go. Cool. Attack the monster. 14 out of 15, so I need to draw again. Go. 17 out of 15, I can attack. There we go. And that is that's the tall and the short of it. That is the combat system. So, not super engaging, but again, like, we'll kind of balance it, get it working a little bit better here and there. So it will get better over time. But that is essentially what we got now. So I'm happy with it. We'll tighten it up as we go on, but I'm happy with the way that it all works. So I'm feeling more recline than incline. And yeah, me too. But anyway, yeah, so the whole lore of the story. Let me pull this up really quick. So Tomb of Versilius. Tomb of Versilius. Is it this one? No. It is this one. There we go. Okay, so basically, I'm actually gonna pop this out. So I wanna have larger text. Nope, that is not the one I want. This is the one I want. And we're looking for Tomb of Versilius. Newest. All right, cool. So basically, here is the story, the rough story that I've kind of come up with for Tomb of Versilius. The idea is Versilius learned how to harness the power of elements, so like, you know, fire, water, earth, all that fun stuff, and imbue those powers into runes, so the playing cards. And then seeing its potential for power, the king ordered a school of magic be built so Versilius could continue his work in magic and learning and being able to teach others how to use the runes that he is able to imbue with magical elements. But over time, Versilius just kind of becomes unsatisfied with working on just the basic elements, and so he begins secretly working on a dark magic, the necro magic. After discovering what Versilius was doing, the king orders that the school be sieged and Versilius be killed. So to protect himself and his research, Versilius casts a spell on the school, turning it into an ever-changing labyrinth of corridors to make it impossible for anyone to get to him. Versilius also utilizes his dark magic research and raises his test subjects from the dead to protect the school. So that's where monsters come from. They are the people that he was, you know, practicing on and like trying to learn the dark magics and stuff like that. So he raises them from the dead to help protect him. So years go by, and the consensus is that the curse on the school has basically turned Versilius's shield against him. So, you know, it was supposed to keep him safe from anyone trying to come in and get him, and it's kind of backfired and turned it into his own tomb. Thus, the Tomb of Versilius. You know, he is basically encapsulated himself in his own tomb. Encapsulated, would that be the right word? He has entombed himself in his own tomb. So now there's just adventurers that go into the tomb searching for wealth and notoriety. Many have entered the tomb and very few have actually returned. But those that have emerged, they come with vast riches. And so anyone who hears about it, they're always like, I would also like to try my hand at that. Let's go. So then recently, inhabitants of a nearby town have gone missing. Screams can be heard in the night, but then with no trace of the victim. Because of this, new fears of Versilius. The Versilius is still alive and still researching his dark magic. Fill the town's inhabitants. Yeah, so that's kind of like the general idea is that now is, yeah. So Versilius was just researching magic and was trying to help other people. And then he kind of started dabbling into dark magic. And then when he was trying to be shut down, he tried to protect himself and it kind of backfired. Anyway, so that is kind of like the lore for the game and the whole idea behind it. So yeah, that's why the cards are magical. It's because they hold the elements and you can utilize those to attack and fight and all that fun stuff. But the other I don't know, variable in this is I want the player to basically be able to not necessarily like choose their own adventure, but I want the player to be the one determining why they are playing. So essentially when you start the game, you're coming up to that town, that nearby village that has started to have its inhabitants go missing. And, you know, the mayor or whoever of the town, when you get there is like, why are you here? What brings you here? And, you know, there would be different options. Like you're here to rescue your sibling. So like maybe you had a sibling that went into the tomb and they never came back. And so you are there, you're going to go rescue them. You're going to get them back. Maybe you're also just there to get treasure. You just want to get rich. You want that coin, that sweet, sweet moolah. And so you're just here to get some money. You could also be here to, you know, kill Versilius. Maybe you've heard about how evil he is and you're like, I'm going to be the one that actually takes him down. maybe you just want to save the town from evil. You want to learn magic from Versilius. So, you know, you're like, hey, Versilius is the one that basically created this magic. I want to learn from the best, so I'm going to go through the tomb, and I'm going to find Versilius, and he's going to teach me everything he knows. So those are just some of the ideas so far, is, you know, those types of things right there, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens in the long run, but for now, that is the general idea now for Tomb of Versilius, and that's kind of why it explains why the dungeon is ever changing and ever shifting, even though it's just a lack of me knowing how to save randomly generated dungeon layouts. We're just going to work it into the story and make it seem like it's something that was supposed to be that way from the ground up. So, you know, sometimes when you are given lemons, you just got to make some lemonade. I know that's a kind of a rich thing to say since we just made a lemonade stand simulator, but anyway, okay, cool. Well, let's see, what do we got here? So, oh yes, the exit. That is why I want to have it be something less so of just doors. So that's why I'm kind of thinking, is it a hole? Is it going to be some type of teleportation thing? Which we had done teleportation in the past. I don't know if that's necessarily what we're gonna do again. Maybe. We'll see. We will see. Anyway, yeah, so that's why I'm kind of like leaning more toward not having the staircase, because the staircase feels like you can backtrack. You can go back up. I mean, sure, we can just say, oh, there is no more staircase. It disappeared. Which I guess it's something we could do, but I don't know. I feel like a hole or something like that, like some type of teleportation device, makes a little bit more sense. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. Okay.
Thanks for the follow. Anna wants to code.
Thank you so much, Anna wants to code. I appreciate that. Welcome. Glad you're here as well. Yeah. Hopefully this hasn't been a boring stream for you. I'm actually, I mean, I know this was all related just to the combat system, and I know that we broke it out into little things, but it feels good to have so many things already done on day one of the week. So also, I apologize. I have something in my eye. So also, Anna wants to go says morning. Good morning. Welcome. Is it actually morning for you where you're at? Because for me, I guess it is technically morning, because it is now 12:24 at night. So, yeah, definitely need to be getting to bed sometime soon. But yeah, well, if it is morning for you, good morning. It's 8:30 in the morning. Oh, well, there we go. Well then, good morning. Hopefully you had a fantastic evening, and hopefully you're gonna have an absolutely fantastic day. I know you're gonna have an absolutely fantastic day. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. But yeah, it's a little late here. It's a little late. It's the joys of working a 9 to 5 and then only having a little bit of time in the evening to do this kind of stuff. Gotta fit it in where we can. All right, so I don't think we have really enough time to fit in anything else for the evening. So I don't think we're gonna start on anything else. I mean, we could probably get this bug fixed. No. I think at this point, let's just figure out what we're going to be working on in the next stream. Yeah, let's do that. So next stream, make exit spawn only in rooms with no forward potential. That was the idea that I had when I was kind of like, well, what if we just do doorways, right? Like, you would do a doorway, and then you just, when you close the door, it locks behind you or something like that. I don't know if doorways are going to be the best way to go. So yeah, I do think either the stairs, a hole in the floor, or some type of like teleportation device is going to be the best way to do it. That's my thought. Also, I apologize for the for the coughing. Eventually, one of these days, that cough will be gone. One of these days, it's gonna happen. Robbie says, do you ever have a bad day? You're always in a good mood. I do, but I try not to let the bad parts of my day affect my life. I don't know. I feel like bad things will come and go, and so long as we don't let them affect us, and they don't have as much power. So yes, I do have bad days, but I try and just shirk it off, and I smile back at the bad days. At least I try to anyway. I don't know. Sometimes the bad days win, but I don't know. I just have, I don't know. I have a good time being here on stream, being able to chat with everyone. I just have a great time while we're making progress, programming stuff. It just, and I don't know. It feels good. We just got good music. We got good company here, and I don't know. It's just a good time. I enjoy it. It's a good time. Also, are you okay? Yes. So I was sick last weekend. Had a really bad cough. I think I had a fever of like 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So whatever that would be in Celsius for anyone that uses Celsius. So, but I just kind of, rested for a little bit and ended up just getting like a pretty bad cough. And, oh my goodness. Well, I guess it's stretching time. Everyone ready for some stretching? Oh, the stretches always feel so good. And now we go the other way. Ooh. I feel like I need to get a wider camera angle so I can maybe like stand up and do some stretching. Here we go. I'm gonna try not to fall back in my chair. Behind the green screen. That's some good stretches. Thank you, Anna Wants to Code. I appreciate that. It's always good to be reminded to do some stretching. Anyway, yeah, so just had a cold last weekend, and so I was not feeling great, and I don't know. I've just had like a cough that's lingered for about a week now, and it sucks. Really sucks. I hate lingering coughs, but hopefully it'll be gone soon. Fingers crossed. Anyway. Man, I wish I could do that. That's life, so enjoy it while you can. Well, I don't know. It's definitely not easy to just accept the bad that happens. Sometimes you just kind of have to let it do its thing, run its course, and that can suck. And sometimes it sucks feeling like you can't make any changes. But a lot of the times, the bad things that are happening in life, if they can't be changed, it's like, why focus on it? So I don't know. It's kind of how I try to live, is just, yeah, if you can't change the bad things, then just focus on the good and change what you can. But Anna Wants Code says, oh, that's why this looks different. It's MV and not MZ. Ah, yes. Yeah, so I've seen MZ go on sale quite a few times, and I've told myself I need to get it, but I just haven't. And for the longest time, I was like, there's just not enough like difference between MV and MZ for me to, warrant buying a whole new engine. I'm like, I can already do everything that I want. Like, as you can see, like I'm able to make the game that I want, and But then we were kind of chatting about it. That is the craziest thing, that like he got a Blackjack and then I got a Blackjack. Anyway, yeah, we were kind of chatting about it and pointing out the actual like under the hood differences between MV and MZ. And MZ is so many leaps and bounds better than MV. Biggest thing is that it runs as it's a 64-bit software instead of a 32-bit, so it can use more than 2 gig of RAM, which means you can have a lot more performance out of the engine, and it just raises the bar so much higher for things you can do. Apparently, and I don't know this, I haven't tested it, but I've been told that apparently in MZ you can show like more than 100 pictures on the screen at once. I don't know if that's true, yeah, like with MV, you can only show 100 images ever. Like there's 100 image layers and that's it. So yeah, I don't know if that's actually true with MZ, but oh crap. Okay, well, I have obviously, I need to figure out how to switch that back. Yeah, so the reason why I said, oh crap, we've got these gauges here, right? The health and your draw power and all that fun stuff. I'm showing them underneath pictures every now and then, and I thought that I switched it so that it would then swap back, but apparently not. So I need to figure out the actual swap back. Let's come in here. We're gonna do bug. Figure out how to swap pictures showing under the HUD. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So it's need to get that fixed because it things aren't working well there. Anyway, so yeah. But MV it you know, works well enough for me anyway. So, but yeah, it's good times. It is good times. Also, that's cool. How long have you been using RPG Maker? The series in general. So I started with RPG Maker 2000 back when I was like 10, so like 25 years ago. So yeah, been using RPG Maker as a whole for a very long time. So yeah, so like I used RPG Maker 2000 for, I don't know, probably 4-ish years. Used RPG Maker 2003 for a few years. Like I've used every single engine in the series. As far as I know, every single one. But yeah, so yeah, started on 2000, switched up 2003. XP was the first one that I ever bought, and then, you know, used VX, eventually switched to VX Ace when that came out. Loved VX Ace. Like VX Ace, that one got way more. It got let's see, okay, yeah. So let me just close this. So yeah, so, and this, I actually used VX Ace outside of Steam for a while, but yeah, so used VX Ace almost 400 hours in VX Ace. So, you know, a decent chunk of time. But then we've got MV, and I'm at almost 3,000 hours. So, and MV, I know that I have 100% used in Steam the entire time that I've used it. So yeah, so almost at 3,000 hours with MV. But then any of the others like XP, I've never even opened XP in Steam, but I have used that for hundreds of hours when I was younger. Yeah, and then VX Ace for a little almost 400. I've used RPG Maker 2000 for 1 minute on here, but definitely way more than that outside of Steam. So anyway, then a few hours and anyway, all that to say, yes, I've used a lot of RPG Maker over the years, and it's not something I would recommend. Like, I would not. Okay, RPG Maker is absolutely fantastic. I have loved it. Not that I've really finished many projects that I've started on, but I've been able to make basically whatever I've wanted, as long as I've put my mind to it. But that is not to say that if you are wanting to actually get into game dev, if you are wanting to make a game, I would recommend, if you start with RPG Maker, it's a great starting point. Absolutely 100%. I would recommend starting with RPG Maker. I've heard from a lot of people that it does a really great job at explaining things in a way that just makes it make sense. Like, you see things in a different light and you're like, oh, that's why you would do that when you're making a game. That's why you would do it this way or that way. Here's a great way to do it this way. You know, like that. It puts a new person's head into a great perspective of how to understand coding. That's not the only one. There's a lot of different engines out there. Scratch is one where like it's very simple. It is like visual, drag and drop kind of things, connecting nodes, very easy stuff. But if you're wanting to do more intense game making, I would recommend, once you feel comfortable with using RPG Maker, to switch to something else. Because I made the mistake of not, and now that I'm in as deep as I am, I'm kind of just like, this is what I know, this is what I can use, and so I get it to do what I want. This is not what an RPG Maker game should look like, but it's what I was able to make, and so it makes me happy. So anyway, all that to say, yes, there's some great RPG Maker programs out there. I would recommend, if you're wanting to learn and grow and do bigger things with game making, maybe start with RPG Maker, but then move on to something that is a little bit more capable. Just a little bit. So, Animals Code says, oh, that's cool. My BF just started using RPG Maker to make his first game. He's using MZ and loves it. Yeah, and honestly, like, for a first project, even a second project, highly recommend, 100%. It really does a really great job of just having everything be very simple. I especially do like that it gives you a full, I call it the RTP, but that's because it's what it used to be called back in the day. But basically all of the images and the audio. So it's like, don't focus on anything else, just focus on making your game. And it does an absolutely fantastic job with that. So yeah, 100% would recommend it for anyone who's wanting to learn and get into game dev. Learn the engine, make a couple small little projects, learn its ins and outs, what it can do, what it can't do, and then eventually move on to a different engine. Like, you don't have to. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying it would probably be better in the long run. But if anything and everything you're wanting to make is RPG Maker related, then sticking with RPG Maker would also be a great way to go. So, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of versions of RPG Maker. And you're experiencing with Godot. That is also a very great one. We've got quite a few people in chat in the community that are using Godot. Yeah, we've got people on Unity, we've got people on Game Maker, we've got a handful. So, or moved to Game Maker. Yeah. Well, yeah. If you can't tell, Devious Oatmeal is on Game Maker. So, yeah, Game Maker is also another really good one. Robbie says Unity, Unreal Engines. Yeah, and those two, I wouldn't recommend for noobs if you are wanting to learn how to make games. Unity and Unreal Engine can be a little bit scary. And so the only reason why I wouldn't recommend them is because, like, to someone who's wanting to start out, is because it's very easy to get discouraged while you're learning, right? And like that applies across the board to anything, whether it's if you're learning a new language, if you're learning a new skill, like anything across the board. If you are learning something new, the larger a thing it is, the more daunting it can be, and the more difficult it is to actually stick with what you're trying to learn and do. Yeah, and so when you take something like a Unity or an Unreal Engine, those are absolutely massive, extremely powerful engines. And if you know them, not only are you going to be able to make basically anything you want as a hobby, but if you're wanting to eventually change that hobby to a career, would be absolutely fantastic to know. You can do some crazy good stuff in there. It's just there's a lot to do, and so if you know that you're someone who easily gets discouraged, I wouldn't recommend starting there, but eventually getting there. Like, if that's your end goal, that could be a really great goal as well. So yeah, 100% could be really good. And Robbie, I can't remember. Did you say that you were using Unity or Unreal, or you're wanting to use one of those? I feel like we've talked about this in previous streams, but I can't remember now. So I apologize for that. Anna Wants to Code says, yeah, I already tried Unreal and just couldn't. It is a lot. I tried it once for a few hours. I got it to the point where I could walk around a map that I had built, and I could like pick up a box and put down the box. And I was like, this is cool. And then I was done. That was it. So Even someone says, Game Maker's a good middle ground. It was my first engine. Yeah, and that's the great thing about Game Maker, as well as like Godot. They're really good middle ground engines. Like, they're not so massive and complicated and difficult to understand that you're going to get, burnt out super easily in the beginning. But there is enough there to where, like, when you do start learning the ins and outs and you kind of understand what's going on, you have a little bit more overhead to learn and to grow into. Whereas things with, like, RPG Maker, there kind of is that ceiling that eventually you hit and you're like, well, I can't do anything else now. Like, this is as high as I can go. And you can, like, kind of artificially, like, hold up a pole to be like, look, I'm a little bit better over here. And you're like, yeah, but there's still a lot of limitations. So anyway, yeah, so good times. Game making is just so much fun. And I don't remember why. Oh, that's right. Yeah. You were saying it looks different, and that's because it's MV and not MZ. That's why I started talking about this. I was like, I don't remember how we got onto this tangent. Anyway, cool. Well, I would say we got a decent chunk done today. I know that it was basically all combat related, but combat related or not, we finally got that all done. And we're going to be able to move on in the next stream to something else. I will be considering what it is we're going to be moving on to, but I'm trying to think of what else in the dungeon besides maybe like getting the exit done that we would need, or we might just be moving on to making the town. Maybe. We'll see what happens. Anyway, so for anyone who is wondering, though, with the Game Jam game that we were working on over the past couple weeks, I am just finishing up with some last little tweaks. Gotta get some bug fixes, finish some stuff out. My hope and my goal is that it will be up on Twitch, on itch. Hopefully tomorrow. I'm whenever it is done, whether it's tomorrow or maybe early Tuesday afternoon. Whenever it is done, I will be posting a link in the Discord. I will also probably be posting a link on my Twitch channel, also probably on YouTube. So wherever you may be watching, there will be some type of something you'll be able to see. And yeah, hopefully it'll be fun. So anyone who would want to join in, test play it, whatever it is, before I then submit it to the Game Jam. Yeah. So yeah, we've got 6 days and 21 hours. If it was only 6 hours left, I would be panicking right now, and I would be finishing that thing up. 6 days and 21 hours, so we have time. So the hope is to have it completely done by tomorrow, upload it to itch, people can play it, and then yeah, should be a good time. So that is that update for anyone who was wondering about that. And yeah, I think that should be about it. Robbie says, I haven't tried anything RPG Maker, MZ, and Godot. All right, well, yeah, MZ and Godot, those would be two that I would highly recommend. So, for beginners, no Unreal and Unity will not be good. No, not for beginners. There are a lot of tutorials out there. I will say that is like probably one of the better things about those larger engines like Unreal and Unity. There are so many resources out there and so many tutorials. You'll probably be able to find something or someone teaching in such a way that you'll be able to actually have it click. But there's just so much more you have to learn, and there's a lot more deep diving you have to do. So, it's just kind of, pick your battle and then just be ready to fight that battle. Because whichever direction you go, there is going to be something you have to push and fight for. As just depending on which direction you go, there might just be a little bit more pushing, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Do you normally stream by this time? Yeah, so this is definitely toward the end of the stream. So I've been streaming now for about 4 hours. So yeah, so I would normally start probably at like 4:30 your time. Yeah, I start streaming at 8:30 p.m. my time, and then I go for about 4 hours. So yeah, so definitely toward the end now. But yeah, right around this time. So early in the morning for you, a little late at night for me is roughly when I'm doing this. Robbie says, I apologize, I'm not finishing my sentences. My bad, bro. You're totally fine. No worries at all. If you need to type half your message, send it and type the next half. I'm all right with that. Just know that I may read one of your messages, and if it's not complete, then I may be a little bit confused. But it's gonna be fine in the end. It's gonna be all right. And Axel says, I'll definitely stream it. Well, I appreciate that. It will be kind of fun to watch you play the Lemonade on Main Street. I could not remember the name of it for some reason. Ooh, to watch you play Lemonade on Main Street. It should be a good time. So, yeah. And again, as long as nothing bad happens, it'll be out tomorrow. So, should be a good time. Anyway, cool. Well, I think I'm going to wrap this up because, yeah, it is definitely getting late. It's almost 1 a.m. here for me, and I need to go help my daughter go pee, and then I need to get to bed, and 6 a.m. is going to be here way sooner than I would like to admit to myself. Anyway, so with that, I'm going to say thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate it. To anyone new here, thank you. Anna, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's always a good time to have new people here in the chat, and to everyone else that's here, even if you're not chatting, I appreciate you. Axel, thank you so much for being here, for chatting. It is always fantastic. Let's see. Wait, I'm just excited to play a game with my music in it. That is fair. Kinda, what's the word? Lethargic? I think that'd be the right word. Lethargic? Maybe. I think that might be the right word. But that is true. Yeah, being able to play a game where your own music is in there, pretty cool. It's pretty cool stuff. So, yeah, should be a good time. Anyway, cool. Well, thank you all so much for being here. For anyone not familiar, I do not stream. I stream every other day, so there won't be a stream tomorrow, but there will be a stream the next day. So, be on the lookout for that. I do have it on my Twitch schedule. If you're over on Twitch, on YouTube, I will schedule it. And so, yeah, you will always be in the know. Anyway, thank you all so much. I appreciate it. And I'm going to go get some sleep now. I hope everyone has a fantastic rest of their evening, or a great rest of your afternoon, or a fantastic morning, wherever you may be in this world. I appreciate you being here. Thank you all so much. And I will see you on the next one. Goodbye.